Let's see. Let's do that. I need like. All right. So we got something here. Yeah, where's the agenda? Let's do it. I like it. So, you know how it goes. Today we're planning. We're gonna do a lot of vibe coding. Use Claude Anthropic. All right. So I have to learn. The decision was we're scrapping the make low code no code tool because it was brought to my attention that it would be easier to do it coding. And since we're in the future, we got coding tools for that. Shout out to AI. So if you know, I'm planning out the rest of my day, how I think things are gonna go, how the time's gonna be spent. I watched a YouTube video, a little TikTok about learning. So we're gonna try to implement that into what we got going on. All right. Yeah, so you know how it goes in the beginning. We just playing out the whole day. We got 100 minutes, 7 in total. 3 go to building. 1 goes to content. Building. I wish I could like find this person's YouTube channel and have it playing. Let me see.
This video will change your life. If you always wanted to learn a skill, pick up a language, or draw like Bob Ross, I'll teach you the exact blueprint to make it happen. So long as you follow 5 key steps, you can learn anything in less than 24 hours. How do I know this? Because I've spent my entire life doing stuff like this. Apart from inhaling textbooks every day in medical school, I also taught myself how to dance, how to tie my own shoes, and this one I'm really proud of. Last week, I even learned how to wipe my own butt. How cool is that?
Crazy.
But enough about me. Let's talk.
So I'm finished with my day planning, but now I will try to implement this thing I saw in the video about like breaking it down. So Project Adam is now in full effect. Um, cause I don't really want to open up TikTok, or at least sentence myself to open it on the computer. Let me see. Now that I said it, it's possible. Where's my phone? you know.
Oh man. Okay, here we go. Whoa! Oh wait! What? The slide's missing! No!
Where are we?
I'm gonna throw a couple
No, it's like maybe your profile. Yeah.
at it. But even worse than the OK plateau is the I still suck plateau. That was me with the guitar. I was stuck in the same 5 basic chords, the one strum pattern and the one song, which, let's be real, was of course Wonderwall. These plateaus all happen when you turn off your brain. This is why there's a fundamental law of learning I call the rule of effort. Deliberate practice is supposed to be uncomfortable. That discomfort is what it feels like to grow brain connections. If you aren't feeling some sort of frustration, you're quite literally wasting time. Think about the gym. Your muscles only grow when you push them to, and it's why you get breakthroughs randomly in the shower when you least expect it. This is how you hit your inflection point and get to the rapid growth phase of the learning curve. In my opinion, the sweet spot is around 90 minutes of practice a day, every single day. Most people can't keep up with this, which is a shame because they'll end up spending even more time practicing over their lifetime, but get much less for their effort overall. The other implication of the S-shaped learning curve is realizing the biggest gains actually come at the beginning. It's much easier to go from beginner to intermediate than it is to go from intermediate to advanced, and that's exactly what the 24-hour rule is designed to exploit. Consider, ladies, common 1,000 words means you are the log on things time at this talking himself, wishing he remembered more high school English, and so clearly this wasn't a communication problem. But still, my friend went home that day telling me he's going to restart Duolingo just in case he runs into when they try to learn hierarchy tree. If at the top of this tree is knowing how to pick up hot Spanish ladies, there's actually a bunch of high-yield sub-skills underneath. Under the sub-skill communication, you may have more sub-skills. 50 more layers down this branch do you then get into the tiny sub-skill of, oh yay, it would be nice to have a few more Spanish words in my back pocket to break the ice. Of all the sub-skills my friend could be working on, he picked the lowest yield, most niche skill possible. When you break down a skill like this and see where people spend their time, you can quickly see why they're not making progress. But how do you know what your skill tree looks like? By getting meta with it, by looking at the bigger picture, studying not just the pros, but their coaches too. This part is crucial, which is why you should dedicate the first 2 hours of your 24-hour journey to drawing out this skill tree as clearly as possible. Only when that's done do you then know what to focus on, the 3 highest yield, lowest hanging sub-skills of this tree. Highest yield because you want these skills to have high impact, but lowest hanging because you want to pick up skills that you sort of have an edge already, or at the very least most enjoy learning. This is how you most efficiently climb your learning curve. Once you hit the exponential part of the learning curve, the rest of the skill tree comes rapidly. Having a role model to copy and knowing what good and bad looks like allows you to enter what I call the self-editing stage. To explain, let me tell you a story that I still think about to this day. I was in this tennis tournament, right? During a break between games, there I was, sitting on the side, happily sipping my water, thinking about random crap like what the most. Once you hit the exponential part of the learning curve, the rest part is crucial, which is why you should dedicate the first 2 hours of your 24-hour journey to drawing out this skill tree as clearly as possible. Only when that's done do you then know what to focus on, the 3 highest yield, lowest hanging sub-skills of this tree.
highest yield because you want these skills to have high impact, but lowest hanging because you want to pick up skills that you sort of have an edge already, or at the very least, most enjoy learning. This is how you most efficiently climb your learning curve. Once you hit the exponential part of the learning curve, the rest of the skill tree comes of your 24-hour journey to drawing out this skill tree. Please see why they're not making progress. But how do you know what your skill tree looks like? By getting meta with it, by looking at the bigger picture, studying not just the pros, but their coaches too. This part is crucial, which is why you should dedicate the first 2 hours of your 24-hour journey to drawing out this skill tree as clearly as possible. Only when that's done do you then know what to focus on, the 3 highest yield, lowest hanging subskills of this tree. Highest yield because you want these skills to have high impact, but lowest hanging because you want to pick up skills that you sort of have an edge already, or at the very least, most enjoy learning. This is how you most efficiently climb your learning curve. Once you hit the exponential part of the learning curve, the rest of the skill tree comes rapidly. Having a role model to copy and knowing what good and bad looks like allows you to enter what I call the self-editing stage. To explain, let me tell you a story that I still think about to this day. I was in this tennis tournament, right? During a break between games, there I was, sitting on the side, happily sipping my water, thinking about random crap like what the most ultimate Pokemon will look like, while the other kid I was playing was busting out index, writing down. This guy was analyzing art in my head. Practice, your ability to send the learning curve gets pushed to the next level. But self-editing requires a certain awareness, a juggling of 3 things in your head. First ball is being conscious of how the pros do it. Second ball is knowing where you fall in relation to that. And last ball is bridging that gap each and every time you hit it. This is the concept of deliberate practice, which is very different from what I call mindless practice, the default way most people fall into when they learn anything at all. This is probably the #1 reason why most people don't make progress in relation, and the learning curve gets pushed to the next level. But self-editing requires a certain awareness, a juggling of 3 things in your head. First ball is being conscious of how the pros do it. Second ball is knowing where you fall in relation to that. And last ball is bridging that gap each and every time you hit it. This is the concept of deliberate practice, which is very different from what I call mindless practice, the default way most people fall into when they learn anything at all. This is probably the #1 reason why most people don't make progress. You remember my friend with the hot Spanish ladies? Dude's actually been trying my friend thing at all. This is the concept of how the pros do it. Second ball is knowing where you fall in relation to that. And Last ball is bridging that gap each and every time you hit it. This is the concept of deliberate practice, which is very different from what I call mindless practice, the default way most people fall into when they learn anything at all. This is probably the #1 reason why most people don't make progress. You remember my friend with the hot Spanish ladies? Dude's actually been trying to. Dude is no better than hit something called the OK plateau. Consider a similar paradox you're facing right now. You've probably already typed more than 10,000 hours expert anything like my dad 100 this video at it. But even worse than the OK plateau is the I still suck plateau. That was me with the guitar. I was stuck in the same 5 basic chords, the one strum pattern and the one song, which, let's be real, was to turn off your brain. This is why there's a fundamental law of learning I call the rule of effort. Deliberate practice is supposed to be uncomfortable. That discomfort is what it feels like to grow brain connections. If you aren't feeling some sort of frustration, you're quite literally wasting time. Think about the gym. Your muscles only grow when you push them to do more. If you don't get sore, you're not going to get stronger. Your brain is the same. That's why with deliberate practice, I have the 40-20 rule. If you're going to practice for an hour on anything, first 20 minutes are for doing things you're already comfortable with. This includes the warm-up and basic exercises to review, but the remaining 40 minutes are where you push yourself to the next level with more difficult challenges. If my friend had kept this basic ratio every time he went down, he'd probably already have a line of Spanish ladies out the door waiting for him to call. In fact, he'd probably already be married to a few, maybe even owe child support for a few others, but unfortunately, he doesn't because he also failed to do the last step of this system, a step that ties everything together. To explain this idea, let me tell you how I destroyed every standardized test I've taken. And yes, I've taken a lot of them. SATs, MCATs, GMATs, BDAPs, Q-tips, T-bags, list goes on and on. Everyone knows to practice with question banks, but the real secret to acing the test isn't simply to do more. It's how you do them. You don't do 50 questions and review them all at the end. You do one question at a time and review ASAP. I want to know immediately if my thought process was correct. I don't even care if I got the right answer or not. It's the thought process that counts. If the thought process was wrong, I want to know that and self-edit my thoughts immediately. In real time. This is what I call a feedback loop. Your job is to create the fastest feedback loop possible. The doing has to be fast, but the feedback coming back has to be just as fast. If you're shooting hoops, that's minimizing the time it takes to get the rebound. Instead of just practicing with one ball, you need a basket filled with balls. If you want to become a writer, it's not hiding in a cave and publishing one book every 2 years. It's writing shorter articles you can publish every week in a public forum that can give you feedback immediately. Like, stop writing about furry fan fiction, and then you say, oh, okay, no problem, and write 50 Shades of Grey instead. This concept is called the 1,000 experiments. Consider each time you practice simply an experiment. This gives each practice a little bit more structure, a little more purpose, a little less pressure. It's like your Thomas Edison. The faster you can run your experiments and test what works, the faster you get to invent the light bulb. So if you want to get good at anything insanely quickly, this is the blueprint you follow. First 2 hours is the research and prep stage. Study the pros and try to understand what that skill tree looks like. In this hierarchy, find the 3 highest yield, lowest hanging sub-skills to work on. Know enough about each skill to be able to self-edit and coach yourself in real time. Focus on one sub-skill at a time, dedicating 3 to 5 hours to each sub-skill while using the rest of your time practicing the coordination of all these sub-skills together. Practicing the hour quickly. This is the blueprint you follow. First 2 hours is the research and prep stage. Study the pros and try to understand what that skill tree looks like. In this hierarchy, find the 3 highest yield, lowest hanging sub-skills to work on. Know enough about each skill to be able to self-edit and coach yourself in real time. Focus on one sub-skill at a time, dedicating 3 to 5 hours to each sub-skill while using the rest of your time practicing the coordination of all these sub-skills. Know enough about each skill to be able to self-edit and coach yourself in real time. If you want to get good at anything insanely quickly, this is the blueprint you follow. First 2 hours is the research and prep stage. Study the pros and try to understand what that skill tree looks like. In this hierarchy, find the 3 highest yield, lowest hanging sub-skills to work on. Know enough highest yield, lowest hanging sub-skills to work on. Know enough about each skill to be able to self-edit and coach yourself in real time. Focus on one sub-skill at a time, dedicating 3 to 5 hours to each sub-skill while using the rest of your time practicing the coordination skill at a self in real time. Skill lowest hang this hierarchy. Find the 3 highest yield, lowest hanging sub-skills. to work on. Known as highest yield, lowest. In this hierarchy, find the 3 highest yield, lowest hanging
Yeah, welcome to the chat, Alex. You heading home yet?
sub-skills to work on. Know enough about yield, lowest hanging sub-skills to work on. Know enough about each skill to be able to self-edit and coach yourself in real time. Focus on one sub-skill at a time, dedicating 3 to 5 hours. 6 hours is the research and blueprint you follow. First 2 hours is the research and prep stage. Study the pros and try to understand what that skill tree looks like. In this hierarchy, find the 3 highest yield, lowest hanging sub-skills to work on. Know enough about each skill to be able to self-edit.
Nah, you still driving? How are you still up late? Yeah, I don't really want to go to bed, you know? I feel like if I lay down, what I'm gonna do? I'm not even like, I'm not tired. I want to be tired. I don't get tired till like 6. So, and then I got a cup of coffee in me. And today I want a long live stream. You know what I'm saying? We got that Christmas views coming in. I feel it. So, we'll see. If I can get to 1 o'clock, like when you go to bed and wake up and I'm still here, I'll be happy.
And coach yourself in real time. Focus on one sub-skill at a time, dedicating 3 to 5 hours to each coach yourself. Know highest yield, lowest hanging sub-skills to work on. Know enough about each skill to be able to self-edit and coach yourself in real time. Focus on one sub-skill at a time, dedicating 3 to 5 hours to each sub-skill while using the rest of your time practicing the coordination of all these sub-skills together. Get rid of all psychological and emotional barriers stopping you from practicing on and coach. Know enough about each skill to be able to self-edit and coach yourself in real time. Focus on one sub-skill at a time, dedicating 3 to 5 hours to each
3 to 5 hours on one sub skill is crazy. But I mean, what's the sub skill in like vibe coding? I guess prompting. Yeah, prompting. You gotta be airtight.
subskill while using the rest of your time practicing the coordination of all these subskills together. Get rid of all psychological and emotional barriers stopping you from practicing because you want to concentrate your time and ascend up that learning curve as fast as possible to hit that inflection point. That means 90 minutes a day at a minimum. And when you practice, practice deliberately. Defeat the OK plateau by using the 40-20 rule to make your sessions challenging. Minimize downtime during practice sessions by building the fastest feedback loops humanly possible. If you want to try this 24-hour skill challenge and be held accountable along with other like-minded folks, not to mention partake in the many other amazing surprises I've created for you, join the spoon-fed productivity community. Having a new skill is going to open a lot of doors and make some goals feel a lot more achievable. That's why this next video is perfect.
All right, now I'm done with that. So I have next steps, right? I think that will conclude Project Adam. You know, we just found a new idea, and I think it is groundbreaking. Or at least been reminded. Nope, found a new idea. code. (52:17) hyphen skill tree building for VibeCoding MVP. I love it. I love it. Skill tree building for VibeCoding MVP. Save. Yo. All right, so let's go to Claude, ladies and gentlemen. Claude. Let's get a chat GPT open over here too. Split it for the people. Prompting. Embarrassing. Act as a world-class learning architect. I want you to create the following: a hierarchy tree for the following research of everything that will be included in this project. Come on, don't do this to me. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Oh, you're lying. What? That kind of sucks. Act as a world-class strategic architect. Your goal is to create a hierarchy tree for skills and sub-skills needed to complete the following project. Nah. That's twice. What you doing, Whimsy? No, you're working. You're not working. That's weird. Act as a world-class strategic architect. Your goal is to create a hierarchy tree for skills and sub-skills needed to complete the following project. Step-by-step vibe code prompts, Python project. Okay, new realistic timeline for 5 days. Morning, Python project structure. Foundation. Okay, Google Doc. Is that necessary? That was crazy. Well, I got 2 cameras. Kind of like it. coding Yapper MVP dot text. As this world-class strategic learning architect. As a world-class strategic learning architect and teaching vibe coding for building SaaS business. For building. Get it right. Big story. Your goal is to create a hard tree of skills and substance needed to complete the following project. Vibecoding Yapper AI. And next, I want you to get meta with the skill tree by looking at the big picture. For each skill, I want you to rank them from highest yield, lowest hang sub-skills to work on. Define constraints. For a wrong one. Okay. Declare the role. Final result should be a very detailed hierarchy skill tree needed Come on, dog. Oh, no way, please. Yo, what the? The end goal. The final result should be an affirmative skill tree. Informative. Amazing kind of vibes. What kind of constraints? Word length, paragraph. I don't know. This looks solid. Clear intent, build a skill tree hierarchy for current role assignment or classes. Correct artifact skill tree, not a tutorial. Meta learning, thinking, explicit requests, rare and good. This is not yet nay. Ambiguous outputs, vague ranking criteria, spiritual language, God vibes, conflict of execution, clarity, my bad. No constraints, awareness, and ooh. Okay. I thought constraints, utilize the file. Hierarchy tree is not defined. Only technical businesses operations. No. Markdown tree diagram. I think tree diagram. Yeah. Roadmap with layered phases. What is speed to PMF? PMF refers to the velocity at which to start up a new product to a team to achieve product market fit. Missing constraints critical. No actual MVP has 7-day build time. Ooh. I think this is the MVP. Stop playing with me. Okay, acts as world-class strategic learning architect, specializing in rapid SaaS execution and $1 million annual recurring revenue pathways. Context: you are designing a meta learned skill hierarchy to support. You know what? Okay. Okay, the immediate goal is PMF validation for real plumbers. The long-term goal is 1 million on SaaS business. Task: create an in-depth, easy to follow skill tree that maps all skills and Okay. Doesn't make a difference. Build the MVP correctly, validate PMF quickly, transition from MVP to paid SaaS, scale towards 1 million. Okay, inquiry in depth, easy to follow skill tree that maps. Now this is crazy. What's going on here? You do that again, I'm gonna have a problem. Skill tree requirements, organize skills into top level domains such as product, TMF, technical execution, AI, LLM systems, infrastructure reliability, distribution and sales, pricing and monetization, founder, leverage, and systems thinking. For each domain, break it into skills, sub-skills, and micro skills, and rank skills based on yield, impact on PMF or revenue, leverage, how many downstream benefits it looks, time to competence, fast wins versus deep mastery, clearly labeled, highest yields, must learn, lowest hanging fruit, fast wins, foundational, non-negotiables, later skill. Okay. Output format, use structured markdown, use clear tree outline format, create a 1 to 2 system, explain per skill, keep everything grounded in actual MVP scope, no fantasy features. Philosophy, optimize for speed over perfection, leverage over effort, validation over vibes. Huh. Alright. The output should function as a learning operating system for solo founders executing vibes, coding towards clarifying questions based on okay. 1. Beginner dev. Nope. Technical founder using cursor/cloud heavily. What do you mean? Oh. Ooh. Okay. Let's go B. Should this map directly to a daily learning order or remain strategic? Daily learning order. It's crazy. It's kind of slow. Local. More on the inbound, outbound aspect of the small businesses and possible future self-service SaaSes as well. Yeah. What'd you get? Why are you playing with me? A bit stashes as well. A bit. Oh. As well. Fifth. It keeps going. Oh yeah, it used to be like this, right? Works every time. We talking back to back. Back to that. Back to back. Nah, it's seamless. Eh. Seems enough. Faith vibes. A mix of both. skill hierarchy is to support successful build, launch, and scaling of Vibecoding Yapper MVP. The founder is non-technical and relies heavily on cursor cloud code generation. The MVP is a PMF first. The build is under 7 days, and the intentionally is simple. Current MVP stack: Python, FastAPI, VAPI webhooks, AI phone calls, Airtable database, internal UI, Google Calendar, Twilio, email notifications, no front end, no analytical dashboards, no over engineering. Yeah. Target customers: small local service businesses, plumbers first, inbound calls plus outbound cold outreach, future phrase, optional service. Primary objective: build one MVP correctly with AI assistance, validate PMF with real customers, convert MVP to paid SaaS, scale towards. Why is that the primary? Build MVP correctly. Your task: create a separate skill tree for the following domains: A, product PMF; B, technical execution AI assisted; AI LLM systems, VAPI focus; infrastructure and reliability; distribution, inbound and outbound SMBs; monetization and pricing; founder leverage, and systems thinking. For each skill tree, break the skill into. Yeah, bro. We vibing. For each skill tree, break the skill into skill, sub-skill, micro skill. Yeah, order skills in the exact sequence they should be learned and executed daily. Explicitly assume the founder does not write code from scratch. Use prompts, iterate, and debugging with VS Code. Explicitly assume the founder does not write code from scratch. Uses prompts, iterations, and debugging. Rank each subskill using these labels. Highest yield directly drives PMF or revenue. Lowest hanging fruit, fast wins and minimal effort. Foundational, non-negotiable to avoid failure. Large/scaling phrase. Ignore until the PMF is proven. Output requirement: structured markdown, clear tree outline format, short actionable executions, 1 to 2 sentences per. Strong biases towards speed, average, leverage, and reality. No hypothetical enterprise features. No abstract theory. Everything must map to the actual Yapper MVP. Final output must function as a daily learning execution map, a what to learn next operating system for solo founder, a filter that tells the founder not a filter that tells the founder what not to learn yet. Optimization principles: speed, perfection, PMF architecture, leverage, effort, reality, vibes. All right, this prompt's 92 to 98. Okay, let's see this. What is this? Long. Why is it so long? Can I download this? It's gotta be Artifact, ain't it? Nah, this is crazy. Okay. What would this look like? That's one. Dang. I gotta read. I gotta archive that. No way. Are you serious? Excuse me. Okay, new Python MVP, no dashboard. What's this one? Executive summary, product vision, MVP scope, technical architecture, user flows, technical specifications, implementation plan, testing protocol, deployment guide, beta test plan, success metric, future roadmap. What? Where's the rest? No way. Okay, executive summary, AI powered phone reception service that automatically calls for plumbers, Nah. What's the first one to say? Where we at? Welcome back. I'm back. Analytics. Okay, and your rate limit is Swift. Oh man. Alright, we back. Okay. Without requiring. Target users, solar plumbers, and small plumbing companies. Beta 2 to 5 plumbers for initial tests. Core value proposition: never miss a call again. AI answers 20. Oh my God! AI answers 24/7. Book appointments directly in calendar. Notifies instantly via SMS, and email. Success criteria: 2 to 5 beta actively using the service. AI successfully handles 80% plus calls without human intervention. Beta users report they would pay. Okay, for service, 0 critical bugs that block core functionality. Product vision: the problem misses 40% incoming calls because they're on job site, can't answer, driving between jobs with the customer's hands dirty and busy after hours. Lost revenue: 5,000 to 15,000 per month. The solution: AI receptionist that answers calls within 2 rings, handle emergencies and routine triage. Answer common questions, pricing, availability, books appointments directly to their calendar, sends instant notifications with call details. Why now? Voice AI is good enough. Yappy, 11 abs. Market ready. Trades people frustrated with missed calls. Small enough to bootstrap. No VC needed. Clear path to 1 million ARR in a year. MVP scope. In scope, must have for beta. Core features: AI call handling, answering incoming calls, natural conversation flow, emergency versus routine triage, basic pricing questions, appointment building, data logging, all calls logged into Airtable, full transcripts captured, customer information stored, call duration and metadata, calendar integration, booking appointments, basic. Okay, notifies. All right. Out of scope, post MVP, client dashboard portal, analytical reporting, multi-user team management, payment processing, CRM, payment processing, mobile app. We trying to get it all, ain't we? Advanced AI customization, multi-language support, call record, and playback integration. Why deferred? Not needed to validate the core value proposition. Adds 2 to 3 weeks to development time. Can be added based on beta feedback. Technical architecture, system overview, customer calls, VibeCoding AI agent, web post. Oh, I guess MVP reading. One hour and 55 minutes and 48 seconds. Zero 1:55:30. MVP documentation reading. Okay, technical architecture, system overview. That's a little exceptional. That's excessive. Technical architecture, system overview, VibeCoding AI agent, Yapper AI Python, FastAPI backend hosted on Railway, Airtable CRM, Google Calendar, Trillion. Okay. Call log, Plumbers, SMS, technology stack, backend, Python framework, async, modern, fast, server, unicorn, ASGI server, hosting Railway, platform as a service, integration, voice AI, VibeCoding web host. AI coding, Cursor, and Claude, version control, Git, and GitHub. Data flow, call received, customer dials. All right. Backend processing, Python receives, webhook validates data, parse call details, execute in parallel, log to return success, user notification, email, calendar, scenarios, burst pipe, customer needs immediate help, Customer calls, hey, hello, my basement's flooding. I'm sorry to hear that. Is this an emergency? Yes, water everywhere. I understand. Alright, customer address, 123 Main Street. Instant notifications. Call back ASAP. Promise 2-minute call back. How we gonna promise that? Alright. Step 3, plumber action. Scenario, dripping faucet, waiting. Okay, at least we got scenarios. Technical specifications, backend API endpoint, URL based. That's not even real. Did you make that? Technical specifications, backend API endpoints. When? Base URL. I guess. Yeah. Ooh. Kind of cooled down. Gross. 25. Okay. So, and 6 with technical specifications. 6 tech. check endpoint response, healthy version, post, content type, application JSON, request body. Implementation plan, where we at? Email notifications. What? All right. 6 to 8 hours, 4 to 6 hours. Deployment guide. Okay. For reference, for skill trees for a non-technical founder building a 1 million AR SaaS. Let me evaluate strength. Clear definition. Run it. Before I optimize, I need to understand time horizon. Are you building these skill? Are you building the skill tree for? 1 to 12 week MVP first paying customer. A mix of high level and detailed with the micro skills. What skills are needed to complete my MVP as a non-technical founder with Vibecoding, using Vibecoding and Vibecoding tools such as Cursor and Claude? Vibe coding is the process of using AI tools such as Claude and Cursor to code and give prompts to code the actual technical part of the MVP. Use it as a curriculum. Top 3 most critical trees first with sub buckets, then the others with their subs. I would like a mix of the first two. Ooh. Oh, tier 2 scaling. Okay, technical infrastructure reliability distribution. Monetization structure H. Hierarchy 3 levels skill, sub skill, micro skill. Each tree. Dependencies. Anti-skills. What not to learn. Kubernetes and microservices, React, Vibecoding prompts. for voice AI assist. Okay, so optimization principles: speed over perfection, leverage over effort, PMF over architecture. Favor customer-facing skills over back-end elegance. Special requirements for Vibecoding and AI systems development for AI systems. Top critical trees. Top 3 full detail sub-skills and micro skills. Include example vibe coding prompts 3 to 5. Show dependencies. Less than 5 days? Approaching 50. Skills. Each training. Daily decision filter. What? Length 600 words. Really? Okay, key challenges: explain and remove daily framing. Ready to use curriculum. Run it. Run it. Alright, so I think I'm about done with the skill tree prompt. So pretty happy about that. That's the first 20 minutes of the day. Now that we're finished with this, let's see what's next on our agenda. Alright. Where am I? Alright, so I got a 20-minute break. Let's clock it. Zero 2:30:58. Reading break. $100 million offers. do gotta review this though. Oh, it's still going? Sheesh. I learned like 30 things. Okay, what are we talking about for high yield? Foundational skills. Rapid platform foundational. Non-technical founder, first paying customer. I wonder if it would hit different if I, is it done? Dang, I would like to be an artifact. Foundational skills. AI assisted code generation, foundational, priority foundational. Effective prompt engineering code, reading and debugging AI generated code. Micro understanding FastAPI route structure and async functions. Micro trace error message. AI assistant. 1. Oh, is this just? Oh, get. Okay. Yeah, so we're gonna take a break because this is still going. Like, that's crazy. 52? Deep work. How many? Oh, we're only on week 2. Oh, no, this is gonna be crazy. What did I ask for? Okay. Reading. Okay. Oh, we're finished. What's X is for? Or for anti-curriculum. Advanced Python. it that I want to read? What is it? Book list? Ooh. Is it view? I kind of want to skip to page create your own offer in section 3. You know, so the value equation, the thought process, pricing, the value equation. Yeah, let's go to 54. We're just gonna read that chapter. So yeah, 54 to Goodwill. All right, the value offer, the value equation. Let me see. The value offer, the value equation. We question all our beliefs except for the ones we really believe in and those we never think to question. Orson Scott Card. I want to be abundantly clear. The goal, let me just turn that up, turn me up. All right. I want to be abundantly clear. The goal should be to charge as much money for your products or services as humanly possible. I'm talking heinous amounts of money. That being said, anyone can raise their prices, but only a select few can charge these rates and get people to say yes. From this point forward, you must abandon any notion you have about what's fair. Every enormous company in the world charges you money for the things that cost them nothing. It costs pennies for the phone companies to add an additional user, except they don't mind charging you hundreds per month for access. It costs pennies to manufacture pharmaceutical drugs, but they don't mind charging hundreds of dollars a month for it. Media companies charge advertising a king's ransom for your eyeballs, and it costs them next to nothing to get you to like kitten photos on social media. You need to have a big discrepancy between what something costs you and what you charge for it. It is the only way to be reasonably successful. Many entrepreneurs believe that charging too much is bad. The reality is that yes, you should never charge more than your product is worth, but you should charge far more for your products or services than it costs to fulfill it. Think up to add 100 times more. Think up to 100 times more, not just 2 or 3 times more. And if you provide enough value, it should still always be a steal for a prospect. That is the power of value. It unleashes ultimate pricing and profit power. To scale your company. For example, one of my private clients whose company I have equity in is in the photography space. Over 2 years implementing the tactic outlined in this book, the owner was able to increase their average ticket from $300 to $115 to $1,500. That's a 5x increase. Gasp. Even cooler, they now spend less time per customer and have higher customer satisfaction. The 5 times increase on an average ticket 38x the profit of the business. It went from making $1,000 a week in profit to 38,000 week in profit and continues to grow. As a result, the company was finally able to continue to scale to a multiple locations and provide meaningful work to great employees and a fun benefit. We were able to donate even more money to the children's charity, which is something that the owner and I have in common. Almost 500,000 at the time of writing. But none of that would have been possible without figuring out what people value most, tripling down on it, and ruthlessly eliminating everything else. A 5x price increase may seem crazy to you, but clients voted with their dollars that what the company provides now is far better than what it did before. Cracking value opens up the world of unlimited profit, impact, and possibilities. Those who understand value are the ones who will be able to charge the most money for their services. The good news is that there is a repeatable formula that I have created. I've never seen it displayed elsewhere to help quantify the variables that create value for any offer. I call it the value equation. Once you see it, you can never unsee it. It will operate in your subconscious, running in the background, calling out to you. It's a new lens through which to see the world. The value equation. Your dream outcome times perceived likelihood of achievement over time delay times effort and sacrifice equals value. You know, my man's has a little doodle. Oh, which one's better? You know, he got a little doodle. Oh, free gift for value equation bonus tutorial for free downloads. If you want to know how I break down a business's core offering into something more valuable, go to acquisition.com/training/offers and select value equation. The video to watch a short tutorial. I also include a downloadable checklist. My goal is to gain your trust and deliver value in advance. You can also scan the QR code if you don't like typing. Okay. Alright. Okay. Yay. The dream outcome. Goal increase. Yay. Perceived likelihood of achievement. Goal increase. Boo. Perceived time delay between the starts and achievement. Goal decrease. Boo. Perceived effort and sacrifice. Goal decrease. If you notice the questions in the last section that my father asked me, you'll see them corresponded with these pillars. What will I make? Dream outcome. How will I know it's going to happen? Perceived likelihood of achievement. How long will it take? Time delay. What is it expected of me? Effort and sacrifice. Okay. I need a working pencil. That's crazy. You would think. Wait, is this a 5? What is this? All right. If you notice the questions in the last section that my father asked me, you'll see they correspond with these pillars. What will I make? How will I know it's going to happen? How long will it take? What is expected of me? Get the bottom to zero. In the beginning of my career, I focused all my attention on the dream outcome and the perceived achievement, social proof, third-party edification. In other words, the top side of the equation. And that's where the beginning marketers make bigger and bigger claims. It's easy and it's lazy. But as time has gone on, I have realized that these larger-than-life claims are easier to establish and therefore less unique. After all, anyone can make a promise. The harder and more competitive are time delay and effort and sacrifice. The best companies in the world, all their attention is on the bottom side of the equation, making things immediate, seamless, and effortless. Apple made the iPhone effortless compared to other phones at the time. Amazon made purchases with a single click of the button and made purchases arrive almost immediately. Maybe by the time you read this, you'll be sending drones to your door within 60 minutes. Netflix made consuming television immediate and effortless. So the older I get, the more I have shifted my focus to the hard stuff, decreasing the bottom side of the equation. And I believe the better you do this, the more you will be rewarded by the marketplace. Final note, the reason this is a division equation and not an addition is that I wanted to convey one key point. If you can make the bottom part of the equation equal to 0, you're golden. No matter how small the top side is, anything divided by 0 equals infinity, which is technically undefined for math nerds. In other words, if you can reduce your prospect's true time delay to receiving value to 0, aka you realize your immediate dream outcome and your efforts and sacrifice is 0, you have an infinitely valuable product. If you've accomplished this, you win the game. Given the postulate? What's postulate? That's a new one. Postulate. Postulate. Suggest or assume the existence of fact or truth or something as a basis of reasoning, discussion, or belief. Postulate. Suggestion to assume. Okay. Given this postulate, a prospect would, in theory, purchase something for you, and the moment their credit card was ran, it would immediately become their reality. That is infinite value. Imagine clicking the purchase button on a weight loss product and increasing and instantly seeing your stomach turn into a six pack. Or imagine hiring marketing firm, and as soon as you sign your document, your phone begins ringing with highly qualified prospects. How valuable would these product services be? Indefinitely valuable. And that's the point. I don't know if we entrepreneurs will ever get there, but that is the hypothetical limit we all should strive towards. And why I structured the equation this way. Perception is reality. Perception is reality. It's not about how much you increase your prospects' likelihood of success, or decrease the time delay to achievement, or decrease the time, effort, and sacrifice. That is in itself not valuable. Many times they have no idea the Grand Slam offer only becomes valuable once the prospect perceives the increased likelihood of achievement, perceives the decrease in time delay, and perceives the decrease in effort and sacrifice. A prime example of this happens in the London tunnel system. The biggest increase in rider satisfaction, aka value, was never from faster trains or decreased wait times. Instead, it was a simple dotted map to show them when the next train was coming and how long they had to wait. The dotted map, which only cost a few $1,000,000, decreased the rider's perception of time, delay, and sacrifice, being bored waiting, more than actually making trains faster, which cost billions of dollars to do. This isn't cool. Isn't that cool? This is how we need to think about our products. Pro tip: logical versus psychological solutions. Most people naturally try to solve problems using logical solutions, but the logical solutions have usually been tried because they're logical. It's what everyone would try to do. As a business owner and entrepreneur, I increasingly approach the problems to find psychological solutions rather than logical ones, because if there were a logical solution, probably would have already been solved, thereby eliminating the problem. All that's left is the psychological problems. Example, inspired by Roy Sutherland, CMO of Ogilvy Advertising, Ogilvy, yeah, advertising. Any fool can sell a product by offering it. Any fool can sell a product by offering it for a discount. It takes great marketing to sell the same product for a premium. A logical solution makes trains faster to increase satisfaction. Psychological solution decrease the pain for waiting by adding a dotted map. Psychological solution pay models to be the host at a trip people would wish to take longer to get to their destination. Logical solution make elevators faster. Psychological solution add floor to ceiling mirrors so that people are distracted staring at themselves and forget how. Oh my god, what the hell? Psychological solution add floor to ceiling mirrors so people are distracted staring at themselves and forget how long they were on the elevator. Logical solution make it cheaper. Psychological solution make fewer of them and raise the price, which causes people to want it more. Often, most logical solutions have been tried and failed. Okay. Often, most logical solutions have been tried and failed. At this point in history, we must give the psychological solutions a shot and solve problems. As such, a business owner It is up to us to communicate these value drivers with clarity and increase the prospect's perception of the realities, the intent to which you answer these questions in the mind of the prospect will determine the value you are creating. Only then will you truly be able to realize the actual value of the product to the marketplace, and by the extension, the egregious prices we want to charge. How far am I? No way. Oh, this is a lot. Okay, let's read that paragraph back. As a business owner, it is up to us to communicate these values drivers with clarity to increase the prospect's perception of these realities. The extent to which you answer these questions in the mind of your prospect will determine the value you are creating. Only then will we truly be able to realize the actual value of our product and marketplace, by extension, the egregious prices we want to charge. It's difficult to separate the four value drivers from another, as most vehicles combine many of these elements together, but I will do my best to isolate and clearly explain each below. Okay. 1. Dream outcome. Goal equals increase. People have a deep, unchanging desire. This is what marriages are lost over, wars are fought over, and people will willingly die for. Our goal is not to create desire, it is simply to channel the desire through our own offer and monetize the vehicle. Let's read that again. People have deep, unchanging desires. This is what marriages are lost over, wars are fought over, and people are willing to die for. Our goal is not to create desire. It's simply to channel that desire through our offer and monetize the vehicle. The goal is not to create desire, because the desire is already there. It's simply to channel that desire through our offer and monetize the vehicle. Okay. The dream outcome is the expression of the feeling of the experiences that the prospect has envisioned in their mind. It's the gap between their current reality and their dreams. Our goal is to actually depict that dream back to them. So they feel understood, and explain how our vehicle will get them there. The dream outcome is simple. It's getting there where the value gets enhanced or distracted or detracted? Enhanced or detracted. The dream outcome is simple. It's the getting there where the value gets enhanced or detracted. People generally, People generally, and our clients specifically, want to be perceived as beautiful, to be respected, to be perceived as powerful, to be loved, to increase their status. These are all powerful drivers, but multiple vehicles may accomplish the same thing. Take the desire to be perceived as beautiful. For example, here are a lot of things that touch on this desire: makeup, anti-aging creams, supplements, shapewear, plastic surgery, fitness. All of the vehicles channel the desire to be perceived as beautiful. And if we further unpack the idea of the desire to be beautiful, we see that it may be a surface level declaration of deeper desire to achieve higher status in one's social group. The dream outcome value driver is important, prominently used when comparing the relative value between two different desires being satisfied. In general, the dream outcome that most directly increase their prospect status will be the one they value most. As a prospect may value the entire category of vehicles that satisfy one desire more than another category that satisfies a different desire. For many men, making money is more important than being handsome. Why? Because money drives status for men more than being handsome does. So, in general, they will value all offers that make money more than the offers that help them look good. I once heard a marketer tell a story about the concept. He explained how his wife, at first hearing the status concept, rejected it. She claimed that she wasn't driven by status and would never want to drive a Lamborghini. Instead, she favored her minivan. But after talking further, she revealed it was because driving a Lamborghini would decrease her status amongst her mom friends, while driving a minivan would show them she was a good mother, increase in status. So, it's not about the money, it's about the status, the perceived increase or decrease in relative standing when compared to others socially or professionally. Talk in terms of things about prospects believe will increase their status and will have your prospects drooling. Pro tip: frame benefits in terms of status gained from the viewpoint of others. Frame benefits in terms of status gained from the viewpoint of others. So you'll be able to never miss a call. 3 hours in, ladies and gents. Benefits. When writing copy, you can make it that much more powerful by talking about the other person will perceive the prospect's achievement, connect the dots for them. Example: if you buy a golf club, your driver will increase by 40 yards. Your golf buddies' jaws will drop. They will see your ball soar 40 yards past theirs. They'll ask you what's changed. Only you will know. Okay. Frame benefits and tips of status gained from the viewpoint of others. Pro tip. Noted. Okay. That being said, when comparing two products or services that satisfy the same desire, the value from the dream outcome will cancel out since they are not the same. It will be the only three variables that the difference in perceived value and ultimately price. For the example, if we have two products or services that both help make someone beautiful, it is a likelihood of achievement, time delay, and effort required that will differentiate the perceived value of each offer. Simply put, if two things make someone beautiful, what makes one worth 50,000 and what makes another 5? Answer: the extent of the other three value variables. All right. 2. Perceived likelihood of achievement goal increase. This was the last of the variables I added when trying to think through this framework a few years ago. I just felt like something was missing. with the only other three. Then I realized people pay for certainty. They value certainty. I call this the perceived likelihood of achievement. In other words, how likely do I believe that it is that I will achieve the results I am looking for if I make this purchase? For example, how much would you pay for a plastic surgeon's 10,000th patient versus their first? If you're a normal, sane person, a lot more. I may, heck, I mean heck, you might even ask them to pay you if it's their first patient ever. So, you can see even from the simple example that while the service you are receiving is technically the same, the only thing that changed is the perceived likelihood of getting what you wanted. Both surgeons take the same amount of time to do the surgery. If anything, the guy who has done it 10,000 times will be likely done faster and still charge more. The more experienced surgeon has a track record of achieving a result which incentivizes their desirability. People value the perceived likelihood of achievement, increasing the prospects of conviction that your offer will actually work for them. Will make you an offer that, oh my God, will make your offer that much more valuable. Even though the work remains the same on your end. So, to increase the value with all offers, we must communicate perceived likelihood of achievement through the process of messaging proof what we chose to include and exclude in our offer, and guarantees more than, oh my God. Okay. It's too choppy for my liking. People value this perceived likelihood of achievement, increasing the prospect's conviction that your offer will actually work for them. Will make you an offer that much more valuable, even though the work remains the same on your end. So, to increase the value with all offers, we must communicate the perceived likelihood of achievement through our messaging proof that we chose to include or exclude in our efforts and or guarantees. More on these later. 3. Time delay. Goal equals decrease. Time delay is the time between the client buying and receiving the promised benefit. The shorter the distance between which the purchase and they receive the value of the outcome, the more valuable your service or product is. There are two. Tweak it. Let's stand up for a little bit. Oh. All right, I'm back. Um, the value equation. All right, where we started from? Let's take it from the top, or is that excessive? Nah. All right. 3. Time delay. Goal equals decrease. Time delay is the time between the client buying and receiving the promised benefit. The shorter the distance between when they purchase and they receive the value of the outcome, the more valuable the service or the product is. There are 2 elements to this driver of value: long-term outcome and short-term experience. Many times they are the short-term experiences that occur while en route to the long-term outcomes. They happen along the way and provide value. It's good to understand both. The, the thing people buy is long-term value, aka their dream outcome. But the thing is, but the thing that makes them stay long enough to get it is the short-term experience. These are the little milestones and the prospects seeing along the way that is shown them. They are all the right paths. They are the tie as many as these as possible into any service we offer. These are the little milestones a prospect sees along the way that shows them they are on the right path. We try to tie as many of these as possible into any service we offer. We want clients to have the big emotional win early, as close as possible to their purchase. This gives them the emotional buy-in and the momentum to see it through to their ultimate goal. For example, it takes a while to add the extra 239,000 per year to a gym. It takes an extra. But that's what they're buying. So, once they have purchased, we need them to create the emotional win first. One way we do this is we get their ads live and we get them in their close to close their first $2,000 sale within the first 7 days. By doing this, the decision to work with us is reinforced. They immediately trust us more. This makes them more likely to follow the rest of our systems and get the ultimate destination. Pro tip: fast wins. Always try to incorporate short-term, immediate wins for a client. Be creative. They just need to know they are on the right path and they made the right decision trusting you and in your business. Let me give you another example. If I sell someone a bikini body, their time delay to realize the outcome is 12 months or even longer. Along the way through, as they change their bodies, they may experience higher sex drive, more energy, and the increased community of friends. They aren't initially buying those things, but those things may become short term benefits and keeps them in the game long enough to achieve their ultimate outcome. They buy the dream, but they stay for the benefits they discover along the way. The faster and more clearly you can demonstrate those benefits, the more value your service will be. For a weight loss customer, we would get them to meet someone else so they immediately have some social benefit with the program, and we usually give them a more aggressive diet in the beginning. Why? Because we wanted them to have a big, fast emotional win so they could get them to commit for the long term. This is also backed by science. People who experience a victory, oh, buddy. Gotta read the chapter. It's tough, bro. All of its stuff. This is also backed by science. People who experience a victory early are more likely to continue with something than those who do not. That being said, having to wait 12 to 24 months to get what you want is a long time when you can have liposuction be done in the afternoon. This shows you just one of the reasons why people pay $25,000 for lipo with a tummy tuck, while people will barely pay $100 a month to join a boot camp. But that's not the only reason it is. The That leads me to the last driver: the value and effort and sacrifice. Pro tip: fast beats free. The only thing that beats free is fast. People pay for speed. Many companies have entered free spaces and done exceedingly well with the speed first strategy. A few notable examples is MDV, DMV, wait in line forever, or pay $50 to skip the line and get to your license renewed privately. FedEx versus USPS, when it's absolutely positively has to be there overnight. Spotify versus slow free music. Uber versus walking. Fast beats free. Many will always be willing to pay price for the value of speed. So, if you find yourself in a market competing against free, double down on speed. So, if you find yourself in a market competing against free, double down on speed. Effort and sacrifice. Goal equals decrease. Goal equals decrease. Oh. Breakthrough. The goal is to decrease the effort and sacrifice. This is what it costs. People in ancillary costs, aka other costs, occur along the way. There can be both tangible and intangible. Using the fitness versus liposuction example, let's look at the difference in effort and sacrifice. Fitness, effort, and sacrifice. Wake up 1 to 2 hours early in the morning, 5 to 10 hours per week of time lost. Stop eating the foods you love, constant hunger, physical soreness, feeling the embarrassment that you know, not knowing how to exercise, risk of injury, actual nausea, working out, meal prepping, new groceries more expensive, new clothes can be beneficial for some folks, fear of getting it all back after all the efforts and imperformance. Liposuction, effort and sacrifice. Fall asleep, wake up thin, guaranteed, be sore for 2 to 4 weeks. Massive difference, right? In fact, in looking at the market of the plastic surgeons, these are the exact pain points they hit on when they say, like, tired of wasting countless hours in the gym, tired of diets they don't just work. This is why when you sell fitness, you have to spend an hour arm wrestling a client to give over 1/10 to 1/100th of the amount of money they pay for surgery. There's just not a lot of perceived value because the perceived likelihood of achievement and time delay to achievement and effort and sacrifice are so high. So, even though the outcome is the same, the value of the vehicles are dramatically different, hence the difference in price. Decreasing the effort and sacrifice, or at least the perceived effort and sacrifice, can massively boost the appeal of your effort. In the ideal world, a prospect would want to simplify, say, yeah. In an ideal world, a prospect would want to simply say yes and have their dream outcome happen with no more effort on their behalf. This is why done for you services are almost always more expensive than do it yourself because the person doesn't have all the effort and sacrifice. There is also a component of perceived likelihood of achievement difference as well. People behave that if an expert does it, then they will be more likely to achieve it, the outcome, than if they try it on their own. My hope is that you now have the foundational understanding of the components of the value and how the interplay between each of the components and or creates or detaches detracts from the value of someone might be willing to pay. Putting it all together. As I said earlier, these elements of the value don't happen in a vacuum. They happen together in the combination. So let's look at a few examples that utilize all four components of value at once. In an effort to quantify the value, I'll rate them on a binary scale of 0 or 1. 1 being value achieved, 0 being missing. Then I will add all four together to give them a relative value rating to the type of service. Our goal as marketers and business owners is to increase the value of the dream outcome and the perceived likelihood of achievement while decreasing the time delay of achievement and the effort and sacrifice one has to put in to get there. To start, I will do a side-by-side comparison of two vehicles with identical dream outcomes, meditation and Xanax. Both offer the buyer relaxation, decreased anxiety, and the feeling of well-being. I will demonstrate how the other three variables drastically shift the value of delivering the dream outcome and ultimately the price. Example, dream outcome, relaxation, decreased anxiety, feeling of well-being, meditation versus Xanax. Relaxation, decreased anxiety, feeling of being. Okay. Value measure, meditation score 0-1, Xanax. Dream outcome, relaxation, decreased anxiety, feeling of well-being, perceived likelihood low since most people get distracted and don't actually think that they'll follow through with daily meditation. High since most people are confident that they can take a pill and it will make them feel more relaxed. Time delay the long term to yield long-term effects. Simple and immediate benefits after 10 to 20 minutes, assuming that you don't get frustrated. 0.5, 15 minutes and the effects are felt. Oh yeah. Stimulant. Hey Siri, set a timer for 1 hour. Oh, I'm cutting in, bro. Yeah, that's crazy. Like, I gotta get better at reading, because reading out loud is supposed to be some sort of meditating. You know what I'm saying? Alright. And that is why Xanax is a multi-billion-dollar product, while I know almost no multi-billion-dollar meditation businesses value. What not to hear? What not here? I'm not here. What the? I'm not here to argue about whether meditation is better than Xanax. Obviously, it is, but that doesn't mean that the perceived as more valuable. This is also the reason why the supplement industry 123 billion grand view research is twice the size of the health club industry at 62 billion. IHRSA. They both accomplish the same perceived objects: being healthy, losing weight, and looking good. Increased energy, but one is perceived as more valuable because it has lower cost. People are more willing to pay $200 for supplements than they are for $29 a month membership. Taking a pill or drinking a shake is much faster and easier than going to the gym every day, hence value. Crazy world we live in. And you either sit there and make a complaint post about how people ought to be a certain way, or you take advantage of the way people are and capitalize on this book and capitalize. This is, oh my God. Or you take advantage of the way people are and capitalize. This book is for most people who want to be victors, not victims of circumstance. You can either be right or you can be rich. This book is for getting rich. If that bothers you, just put it down and go back to arguing against human nature. Hint, you're not gonna change it. Now, that being said, knowing what people value versus what is good for them is key. It means you can find the ways to monetize things that people value in order to give them what they really need. Win-win. You can make your dent in the universe while making profit. Okay, I finished. That's crazy. I mean, nah. It was about 14 pages. If math is good. Alright, so the value offer equation, it is 4 parts. Your dream outcome, which is, plus value. And then you have perceived likelihood of achievement, which is value. And then you have time to achieve it, which is decrease. Time delay. And then what's left? It's not time delay, then it's effort and sacrifice. What it all costs. Alright. Let's open this up. So, I mean, I built out the skill tree. Okay, so what are we calling it? Skill tree learning? Skill tree breakdown? I've been here for 10 minutes. That's not true. It's kind of strange. Okay. I'm not sure what we're building right now, but zero 3 colon 37 colon 37. Oh. Business building block. Okay. A tree, Vibecoding AI assistant and assisted development. Foundational skill, AI. Foundational. What's this? Highest yield. API integration pattern mastery. Okay, I guess this is it. Is that it? Or is like Foundational. Four. Oh. Effective prompt engineering for code. I don't think this aligns with building. Identify a single painful job to be done. Effective prompt engineering code, write specific context-rich prompts to input example constraints. Alright, well. Back to the basics. Oh, no. Effective prompt engineering for code.
Here is 6 years of prompt engineering in just 53 minutes. I started working with AI back in 2019 using GPT-2, and since then I've built a number of successful service and consulting businesses. First, that did $92,000 a month. The second, that it's
AI assisted code generation fundamentals.
$72,000 a month, and my current, which just did $139,000 last month. So I know how to build prompts for business purposes, and the goal of this video is just to dump my brain and give it to you. I want to give you everything that I know about prompt engineering in as quick and as... Here is 6 years of prompt engineering in just... just 53 minutes. I started working with AI back in 2019 using GPT-2, and since then I built a number of successful service and consulting businesses. The first that did $92,000 a month, the second that did $72,000 a month, and my current, which just did $139,000 last month. So I know how to build prompts for business purposes, and the goal of this video is just to dump my brain and give it to you. I want to give you everything that I know about prompt engineering in as quick and as compressed a format as possible. If you don't know me, my name's Nick, and my whole thing is cut in the fluff, so let's get into it. So we're going to be doing this whiteboard style. I'm going to be covering both very deep foundational underpinnings of how LLMs work. I'm also going to be covering some more tactical, actionable advice for beginners and novices. So we're going to have a good blend of both. The very first thing that I want to cover right off the bat, and this will immediately improve your ability to prompt engineer, is instead of using the consumer models, use the playground or workbench versions of these models. So if you're unfamiliar, to make a long story short, this is ChatGPT. This is the consumer model. This is what OpenAI, the big artificial intelligence company, is marketing to people and selling for a monthly subscription. Because this is a consumer model, they've made a bunch of decisions to try and optimize performance for the widest number of people. Those decisions include they actually insert a bunch of stuff into your prompt that you can't see and that you don't know about. So if you really want to get good at prompt engineering, you need to stop using the consumer models. Okay? Stop using ChatGPT, stop using Claude, and instead start using their API playground or workbench models. So this is ChatGPT. This is platform.openai.com/playground/chat. And as we see here, there's a lot more that we can manipulate. On the right-hand side, we have a variety of different tools. We can select model types. We can select response formats. We can add functions. We can configure our models with randomness, temperature, max tokens, stop sequences, top P, frequency penalties, and presence penalties. If you don't know what all this stuff is, don't worry too much about it right now. In addition, you also get to insert your own system message, and then you have the choice of being able to add frequency so we can slash their don't know about. So if you really want to get good prompt engineering, you need to stop using the consumer models. Okay, stop using ChatGPT, stop using Claude, and instead start using their API playground or workbench models. So this is ChatGPT. This is platform.openai.com/playground/chat. And as we see here, there's a lot more that we can manipulate. On the right-hand side, we have a variety of different tools. We can select model types. We can select response formats. We can add functions. We can configure our models with randomness, temperature, max tokens, stop sequences, top P, frequency penalties, and presence penalties. If you don't know what all this stuff is, don't worry too much about it right now. In addition, you also get to insert your own system message, and then you have the choice of being able to add user or assistant messages too. So I guess the point I'm making, to make a long story short, is this is really where you get into the engineering side of prompt engineering. If all you're doing is communicating with the base, Claude, Haiku, or Sonnet, or the ChatGPT model, you're just leaving a lot on the table. So right off the get-go, if you take one thing out of this video, it's just move over to the API playground versions. You're gonna have a lot more juice that you can squeeze. The second thing I want to talk about is that model performance. A lot of people don't fully understand this, but model performance decreases with prompt length. So there's actually a hack that you can do to immediately boost the quality of all of your outputs, and that's just make your prompt shorter. This is a graph here that shows a variety of models and their abilities to reason, aka do some task, over the length of the input text. Input text in this case is obviously just like your prompt, okay? So what are we seeing here, just to break this down? Right, most people are probably more familiar with GPT-4, Gemini Pro, than they are with Mistral and stuff like that, so maybe just focus on the green and then the purple. And I mean, the green's highest performance, maybe we'll just focus on that. What we see happen basically is that when the input length is 250, accuracy is almost 1. 1 means, it gets basically everything right. So it's like 0.99 or something, okay? And then the second that we add more, okay, we see like basically neutral or maybe a slight elevation or something between 250 to 500. But basically everything after that, we see a decrease. And it just continues decreasing the entire way through, okay? So in this case, it's a mild decrease between 250 and 3000, right? I mean, if I could quantify this, probably be like 0.4 or something, 0.04, sorry, which is probably like a 4% decrease on the chain of thought reasoning. But if we're using like the basic model, GPT-4, this is the normal thing that you'll call, performance goes down almost 20%, right? Which is pretty crazy. So what does this mean? Well, a quick and easy hack that you can do to improve the quality of your outputs is literally just make your prompts shorter. Now, you need to also consider that the more examples you provide an AI model, the more context you provide an AI model, it also tends to perform better. So what I'm not telling you to do is to remove all of the rules and instructions that you're giving the model. Instead, what I'm telling you to do is take the same information and shrink it. Basically, improve the information density of the instructions that you're providing. Okay, this concept in English is called eschew obfuscation, espouse elucidation. And the reason why it's written like this is, of course, it's supposed to be kind of a joke, right? This just means keep it simple, stupid. But the person that wrote it decided to write it in an extraordinarily verbose way, just to show you how silly it is to write in a way that's more complicated than normal. To make this actionable, I'm actually going to run you guys through a real example where I pare down and break down a very verbose prompt into basically something that says the same thing, just in like a tenth of the words. So I have my playground open over here. I've added a system message. This is your helpful intelligent assistant. This is just my go-to. And I have a very long and annoying prompt over here, all about content creation. I'm going to run you through it, but I'm going to do so using a tool called wordcounter.net. Paste it all in there. And I'm also going to open up another wordcounter.net so that I can edit this in a subsequent page so you guys can see the impact on the length. So right now, this prompt is 674 words. Okay. For informational purposes, word is about 1.3 tokens or so, meaning that a token is about 0.7 words. This is probably somewhere around 800 or so tokens. Okay, if we go back to our graph here, 800 or so tokens is already a almost 5% reduction in accuracy. So if we can get this to around 250 tokens instead of 800, if we can cut this down by a third, realistically, we're gaining about 5% accuracy or quality right off the bat. And that's going to be our goal. All right. So how I actually go about paring this down? Well, I'm going to save you guys the bleeding eyes from reading this whole thing. Essentially, what I'm doing is I'm asking this thing to produce some content for me. We're doing it in a very verbose way. For instance, this is prompt for high quality, engaging, and insightful content creation. We can remove that completely. Primary objective and overall goal of this content request. Well, really, primary objective is the same. I'm just going to say objective. It delivers 99% of the same meaning, but we do it in 10th of the words. And in fact, we don't even need objectives because we're about to tell the model what we want it to do, and it's sort of implicit in us talking to a model that obviously the objective is what I'm about to tell you. Okay? The overarching aim of this content generation request is to produce an exceptionally well-structured, highly informative, deeply engaging, and action-oriented piece of content that aligns perfectly with the expectations, needs, and desires of my specific target audience. Wow, does that sound super deep and well thought out? Well, it's not. Good prompts don't look like this. Good prompts are much, much simpler. So remove this all and say, your task is to produce high-quality content. The final content should not only provide valid information, but should also serve as an authoritative, well-researched, and compelling resource that the reader or viewer of this video is relying for accurate, insightful, and practical knowledge. High-quality, authoritative content. The content must be structured in a way that ensures optimal readability, maximum clarity, and logical flow, making it effortless for the audience to digest and implement the concepts being discussed. Should also avoid, this part's funny, excessive fluff or unnecessary tangents that do not contribute to the reader's overall understanding of the subject matter. Your task is to produce high-quality, authoritative content that is readable, clear, and avoids excessive fluff. Awesome. So we have delivered the exact same message. We've done so in about 200 to 300 fewer words. Okay. Target audience. Understand the people this content must resonate with. Let's get rid of that. Your audience is entrepreneurs and business owners. It looks like individuals who are actively engaged in running businesses, particularly those focused on automation. So entrepreneurs and business owners who care about automation, scalability, I don't know, that seems kind of vague to me, and operational efficiency. I'll say automation and operations. You're also writing for technical professionals. Let's say consultants, because odds are they are probably technical professionals if they're among the first group. And then time-conscious, efficiency-driven individuals. I don't really know exactly what that means, but to me it sounds like fluff, so I'm going to get rid of it. Given that the audience consists of highly capable, intelligent professionals, the tone, style, and depth of content must be appropriately aligned to match their expectations. Avoid condescending simplifications, but also ensure that even complex concepts are articulated in a way that remains accessible. So write in an accessible manner. Perfect. Okay, guidelines. So we can actually get rid of this whole section to ensure the generated content achieves the highest possible standard of quality, depth, and clarity. We just say guidelines, okay? Use a direct and ampersand instead of and tone of voice. Avoid excessive casualness. Well, that's what direct and pragmatic means. Unnecessary humor. Well, that's what direct and pragmatic means. Storytelling. Well, this actually seems kind of necessary or new. So say avoid storytelling unless the story serves to reinforce a key insight. Writing should be clear, concise, and free of unnecessary jargon. Well, I kind of already suggested that given my previous instructions. So I can just get rid of this completely. Okay, the content should be divided into well-defined sections, each marked by appropriate headings and subheadings. So use headings and subheadings. That's easy. Use headings, subheadings, and bullet points, numbered lists, and clear formatting elements. Very cool. Ensure a logical progression from one section to the next. Well, if it's high quality authoritative content that's readable, clear, and avoids excessive fluff, odds are we're already going to have that. Okay. Depth, detail, and level of technical rigor. The content must. We just get rid of that completely and just say go beyond surface level insights and generic advice. It should provide unique, specific, and highly actionable information that differentiates it from lower quality content available elsewhere. We can just get rid of that. So that is embedded. This is also embedded. And this was already suggested over here, so we can just get rid of that. Okay. Do you guys kind of see how this is working? We've already cut this down to 250-ish tokens from previously, which what I believe was like closer to 800 or something like that. So just in me going through this prompt line by line, removing the excessive verbosity, it's called, I've already improved the quality of its outputs by approximately 5%. Obviously, this depends on the specific model you're using, but this is one of the funnest games in prompt engineering. You're given a prompt that maybe a company has been using for their model, and your whole job is just take that thing, make it 30% shorter, and improve the quality of your outputs automatically by 5%. So you can see you can get very far with just a few minutes. The third tip I'm going to give you is understand the different prompt types. There are system, user, and assistant prompts. And these prompts are basically just the go-to for all large language models at this point, probably going to remain so for a while. So I go back to my ChatGPT playground example, not that page, this one over here. And actually, if I just, let's make this a little bit more dynamic. Let's grab my prompt that I've painstakingly edited over here. Let me just add this plus button, okay? Now what I'm doing is I'm embedding a system prompt, which is at a high level, simply how the model identifies. So this is who am I, right? Imagine you just turned on the iRobot, okay? You just turned on this puppy. And it's asking, who am I? All the system prompt is it's you answering that question. Oh, you're a helpful, intelligent assistant. Oh, you're an email writing assistant. Oh, you're a customer help desk assistant. Oh, you are a paperclip optimization maximizer who will convert us all into aluminum, right? You are just providing simple, straightforward instructions. A very general one that you can use for most purposes. Your helpful, intelligent assistant. That works just fine. We're saying that it's helpful because we want it to be helpful. We're also saying it's intelligent because we obviously want to like select an intelligent, an intelligent example. After that, though, what we have is we have the user prompt. So we always start with the system, okay? And I always recommend defining it explicitly. Then the user prompt, okay? The user prompt is where you actually tell the model what it is you want it to do. And there's a specific structure within the user prompt that I will run you guys through later. But for now, just know that this is where you provide the actual instruction to the model, okay? Now, the next sort of prompt, this is called the assistant prompt. If I were hypothetically just to press this button right now, well, it's not hypothetical because I just did it. What's going to happen is I just told the an article about birds and bees, right? I didn't say write about birds and bees. I talked about doing it in the context of automation. So let's see what it does. Birds and bees, key insights and analogies for business automation operations with birds and bees typically evokes blah, blah, blah. Okay, great. So we're writing a bunch of stuff about birds and bees now that can inform us as to how business works. What I have now is we got the user prompt, the system prompt up here, user prompt up here, but now we've actually inserted an additional assistant prompt. The output of the model, the thing that it just generated for us, is now actually an additional part of our prompt called the assistant. And most people think, well, this is just the output of the model, right? I can't really do anything with this. And here's where you're wrong. Well, what you can do is you actually use this as an example to inform the model whether or not what it just did is good, and then use that as a template for future outputs. Okay, what I mean is, hypothetically, what if I said, fantastic work? Now I want you to do the same thing, but do it for an article on stork delivery. I don't know, I'm just making stuff up at this point. What I'm doing now is I'm actually feeding in this prompt, and this prompt, along with my second user prompt. And what I'm doing is I'm implicitly reinforcing that I did a great job on the last piece. Okay, I want to do the same thing, or I wanted to take a similar concept or similar approach in order to do the next piece too. And what we can see is we basically took the exact same structure and format and we just copy and paste it with this new with this new idea, the stork delivery as opposed to birds and bees. Now, the reason why I bring this up is because this is at the core of all advanced prompting, which I'm going to get into now. But understanding how system, user, and system prompts work in concert, and this works across all major large language models as I've done this video, including Claude, including DeepSeek, and so on and so forth. Understanding how that works under the hood is going to be critical in us developing higher level and more effective prompts. The fourth tip I want to talk about is to use one or few shot prompting. Now, for those of you that don't know, one, few, zero, shot, all these terms that you may not have heard, these are sort of the number of examples in the prompt. If I run you guys through another little piece of academia here, this was a study that was done a while ago on the performance of large language models across the number of examples they were given to fulfill a specific task. And what I want you guys to see here is that there's three categories. There's few shot, one shot, and then zero shot. Zero shot is blue, and it always performs the worst. Few shot is orange, and it always performs the best. And right now, I just want you guys to take a look at just the distance in accuracy scores between this few shot and one shot. We go all the way to 175B. That's about the size of some of the simpler GPT models, GPT-3, GPT-3.5. Because the study was done a couple years ago, and technology has improved drastically. My inclination is, we're probably, I don't know, it's like 400B now. This trend is probably the same, although a lot of these models are now totally behind closed doors and you can't really see. So I think that this trend is even better than it is now. But like, let's just take a look at this. If we just extrapolate backwards, this is somewhere around 40% accuracy, right? This is almost 60% accuracy, meaning that there's an accuracy gap of 20% between zero shot and few shot. Okay, but that's not actually the important thing. What I want you guys to actually look at is notice how the difference in accuracy between zero shot and one shot is greater than the distance in accuracy, or the difference in accuracy between one shot and few shot. This is like 10%. This is like 7%. This brings me to a very important point that very few people know about. That's that if you insert just one example into your prompt, you will gain a massive disproportionate improvement in accuracy that outshadows if you were to add, let's say, 30 to your prompt. I think this few shot specific study was something like 20, and n is equal to 20 examples. So the distance between 0 and 1 was like a time and a half the distance between 1 and 20. And if you think about it, considering now that we know what we know about the length of an input and then the accuracy improvement as a result of shorter and shorter inputs, we can actually see a trend here. If we only insert one prompt or one example in our prompt, the accuracy will be as high as humanly possible because the prompt itself will be short. And then we're also going to get a massive boost in accuracy because of how we structured our examples here. Okay, so this takes me to an important point about user assistant prompts, which I'm going to get to in a moment. But essentially, I guess what I'm trying to say is this is the sweet spot. This is like the gravy. This is where you want. Sorry, not here. This is the gravy. You tell I had to re-record this video twice now because I've been running on for like 2 hours. My OBS instance just broke, unfortunately. So I finished it. Now I'm going to come back and do it again. Oh, whatever. Maybe I'm just smoother now. So this one shot plus what we know about keeping prompt length as short as humanly possible. This is really like the Goldilocks zone. This is really where you want to be as often as possible. So my recommendation for anything mission critical, always use at least one prompt, or at least one example to coerce the model into providing you a more accurate result. The fifth tip I want to provide is this notion of conversational engines versus knowledge engine.
Always use one example. All right, key takeaway from point 4.
Okay. What do I mean by these two terms? Well, LLMs like ChatGPT and Claude are almost like a human being that's read a quadrillion books. Okay. So we got a book here. This is my fantastic, super detailed, and amazing drawing book. So you can see here, I'm quite the artist. I'm like the Pablo Picasso guy, I think. That's like Pablo Picasso, was amazing he is. Those of you guys that know art, that's for me. Okay, so LLMs is just like a person that's read like a million books. And just like a person that's read a million books, if you went up to that person and you're like, hey, tell me the boiling point of X-oxycyclibenzene or something.
What?
That person may roughly know what the boiling point is of things that are in a similar class, but they're not going to know exactly what that is 99.9% of the time. Just like a human being, LLMs often know roughly approximately what the right answer is, just because they've read so many books, they pick up so many patterns between concepts, but they don't know exact facts. So LLMs, okay, are not knowledge engines. What they are conversational engines. You don't use LLMs to extract knowledge for the most part, unless that knowledge is very old and very commonly known. Instead, what you do is use them to talk, use them to have conversations, use them to reason or something. Unintroductory level reasoning, it's still reasoning. Now contrast this with something like a database. I think most of us probably use Google Sheets here, right? So in Google Sheets, you have some sort of column heading, so X, Y, Z, A, B, and then you have like the data for the headings. So maybe X is like name or something to make this a little clearer, and then here's neck. Tables and databases and encyclopedias, okay, these are knowledge engines. They essentially know facts, but you can't have conversations with them, right? You can't have a conversation with an encyclopedia. The cool part about LLMs really is when you hook up an LLM to a knowledge engine, and then you basically have it query that knowledge engine for some facts or some information. Okay, so LLMs on their own, like the GPT, whatever series of models, these are conversational engines. They don't know facts, and you shouldn't really rely on them for facts. They're gonna be very confident because it's just like, I don't know, some dude at the bar that's like, absolutely, man, I know all about medieval history from 1864 to 1899, right? Medieval history, that's definitely not medieval history, folks. clearly having a conversation with you. But they're not going to know the specific facts. They're going to be very confident in explaining these things to you, but unless you have them up in some sort of external knowledge base, use something like RAG, which stands for retrieval augmented generation, which is where you query some data set using an LLM, you ask it to find user data, return that data, and then have the LLM produce the response. Okay, you're not actually going to get any usable information for the most part. And even if you do, I wouldn't trust it. Maybe it's right 70% of the time for most queries, but at 30%, that means a lot of business applications, right? You're never really going to get somebody to pay you a lot of money for some sort of business application if you're wrong 30% of the time. Okay, speaking of being wrong, the sixth tip I'm going to give you is to use completely unambiguous language. What do I mean by unambiguous language? Well, unfortunately, AI is extraordinarily creative, okay? Because it's very creative, that means that when you ask AI something the first time, it'll give you a different answer than if you ask it the second time. And that'll be a different answer if you ask it the third time, and a fourth time, and a fifth time, and a sixth time, okay? If I could just give you guys a quick little example here. If this was like, if you're playing one of those games where like, I don't know, you have some zone that you need to hit or something, okay? I don't know, you guys play this arcade or whatever. And basically there's this little cursor and it goes ding, 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 and you're supposed to just like stop it right when it's in the middle of some little Goldilocks zone. Well, large language models are very similar. We have like this little Goldilocks zone here. I want you guys to hypothetically just think about this as, this is the zone of responses that you want, okay? This is, the perfect output of your prompt. It's the best icebreaker, it's, the perfect report or whatever. Basically, the way large language models work are, if you query it the first time, maybe you get a response over here. Okay? Query it the second time, maybe you get a response over here. Query it the third time, maybe you get a response over here. Maybe it's only when you query it like the fourth time you actually get the response that you want. What you want to do is you want to minimize this as much as humanly possible. Okay? You want to get all of these as close to that little green zone as humanly possible. And I'll show you a practical way to do this in just a few tips. But essentially, one of the simplest ways for you to do this is to be extraordinarily unambiguous with what you want. Okay? So to make this practical, a big thing a lot of people will use AI for is you'll ask it to do something like produce me a report based on this data. This is what I would call a bad prompt. Okay? Do not do this. Instead, say list our 5 most popular products and write me a one paragraph, let's say, description. This is a better prompt. And you can do even better if you say, here's an example of a 1 paragraph description for another product, okay? So why is the first bad and the second good? Well, I guess it's good, so let's do a check mark. The first is bad because we're just saying produce a report. Produce is extraordinarily ambiguous. A report is extraordinarily ambiguous. Based on this data is also extraordinarily ambiguous, okay? Ideally, you'd say, here is the data. Don't just like make your own inferences. Why is this good? Because it's specifically saying, I want you to list 5 most popular products. Like if you produce a report, on some reports it'll do 10 products, on other ones it'll do 2, okay? Just kind of up like how the model's feeling at the time. But if you hard code it and say you're doing 5 products, in addition, you're writing a 1 paragraph description of each, and in addition, here's an example of formatting. Well, now what you've done is you constrain all possible outputs so that even if they're not perfect, okay, what they are is they're probably a lot closer to that Goldilocks zone of responses that you want. Instead of being super crazy spread out, now they're at least like somewhere in the realm of what you constitute a good response, somewhere in the realm of what a business might want. My seventh tip is a very quick and easy hack. It's just use the term Spartan in your tone of voice. This is just one of those extraordinarily simple things that you can just do in every prompt. I just find the term Spartan is the perfect middle ground in terms of like being direct and being pragmatic, and then offering the model a little bit of flexibility. So for instance, this guy here, I would use a Spartan tone of voice. I think before I had something different, use a direct or assertive tone of voice. Just always say use a Spartan tone of voice. Your answer is just going to be way better and way easier. All right, let's make this data driven. My 8th point is to iterate your prompts with data. Now this is something of a more nuanced way, but it's how you get the highest quality prompts. I see lots of people in my communities, like Maker School, which is an AI accountability program for people that want to start automation business. It's something I've been running for quite a few months now. A lot of people in Maker School, the way that they'll do the prompt engineer is they'll spend all night coming up with some amazing prompt. They think it's amazing, right? And then they'll run it once and it'll deliver the most amazing output ever. And they're like, oh my god, I finally figured out, I found the most amazing prompt. I'm just gonna use this prompt for my business now, okay? The thing is, do you remember earlier when I said that we have a range of possible responses in the model? Sometimes it's gonna respond over here, other times it's gonna respond over here, other times it's gonna respond over here, right? Odds are, when you get a really good responsive model, like 70% of the time, it's just because the model happens to produce something that was in line with your expectations, but it wasn't guaranteed to do so. It just happened to do so. So if you want to get prompts that reliably and consistently produce outputs that are more in line with what you want, what you have to do is you have to test them. And then it's not just to test them once, you have to test them using what's called a Monte Carlo approach. You throw a bunch of stuff at the wall, okay, and then progressively make changes to get closer and closer and closer to where you want. So I mean, I don't know if you guys ever play darts, okay? But usually you have something dartboard that looks like this, and it's usually different colors and stuff, and nice points. And like your goal, I think, is you want to throw it like kind of over here, right? So this is ideal. What usually happens is you're drawing this out, you start off playing darts, you don't play dartboard, you throw one over here, throw another one over there, throw another one over there, throw one over there, and you throw another one over there, a wall in the back of Stacy's head or something. Every time that you iterate your prompt, what you want to happen is you just want the, I guess, total size of this to get smaller and more constrained. So that's route number 2. This is route number 3. And then ultimately, what you want is like a very accurate model that just consistently delivers you results in this perfect zone. How you actually get there is you got to test and throw a bunch of stuff at the wall. Practically, what this usually means is you're going to do something like a Google Sheet, okay, just like this. You're going to have a prompt on the left-hand side, you're going to have the output in the middle, and then you're going to have another column that I just always call good enough. And then basically what you do is, okay, you grab your ChatGPT playground in this case, and then what you do is you generate 10 examples of what you want it to do. Okay, so for example, this was one on birds and bees. You just delete this other one. So this is my first article on birds and bees. So what I do is I actually paste it in here. Okay, so I paste in the entire thing. Then I delete it all. And then I do it again. And usually what I'll do is use a no-code model, or no-code tool, something that just does things way faster, and then I'll just like do it in the background. But this is now like route number 2. So I'm going to wait for it to finish its second output just for purposes of demonstration. I'll do more. But basically, after it's done with number 2, I will copy all this into another row. Okay, that's not right. Let's actually enter this. And then what I'll do is I grab my prompt, okay, and I'll just stick it on the left-hand side of this prompt column. And just because this isn't very viewable, I'm just going to make this way smaller so you actually like to see and maybe interpret this. Okay, so I have 2 rows on my sheet here, right? What I'll do after that is I'll do another, I'll do like another 10 or something like that. And in my case I'm just going to do 2, but in your case do 10, okay? And what you do is you will read through every row, and you'll say, hey, is this good enough for my business? Is this good enough for the thing that's hard to do? Is this good enough for the use case that I'm building automation for? Maybe this article is good enough. Maybe this one isn't, okay? So we have 1 good enough out of 2. Mathematically, 1 out of 2 is equal to 50%. Realistically, if I had like 20 of these or something like that, what I would do is I would have 20, and then I go through and I read each of these and ask myself, hey, is this good enough? And maybe 18 out of 20 are. So if 18 out of 20 are, then that's a total of 90%. And then what I would do is I would just test this against a different prompt. So now instead of me just using my gut feeling, instead of me just having to generate one thing and me being okay with that one thing, I have to do 20. And now I have like statistics. I basically have like some science or some data behind the answer. I'm like, oh, you know what? That prompt actually beats the other prompt 19 times out of 20. That prompt actually beats the first prompt 13 times out of 20. That prompt actually beats the other prompt 18 times out of 20. So what am I going to do? I'm going to pick one that's 19 times out of 20. And this way you get more data-driven, and every time you make a change and you run this test again, you actually know, hey, I'm not just like throwing the most lucky bullseye on planet Earth, okay? I'm actually statistically testing a big set of all of these outputs, and I'm finding which ones have higher accuracy scores, which ones are like more statistically correlated to the center of that circle. The ninth tip I want to give you guys is to define the output format explicitly, okay? What do I mean by explicitly? Well, I mean, like, there are a lot of use cases where you're going to want something like a bulleted list. So actually, like, say, output a bulleted list. That's pretty easy, right? But there's a lot more that you can do than that. Instead, what we see a lot of people do nowadays is you output code blocks. So output JSON. If you know what JSON is, it's basically like a specific JavaScript notation where you will generate some curly braces, a quote inside of this thing that's captured by quotes. You have the variable or key name, and you have a colon, and you have some quotes around a value, and you have another curly bracket. This is a very specific format that now allows you to integrate a large language model with code, servers, scripts, that sort of stuff. Like CSVs. Okay. If you want a Google sheet, and you want the Google sheet to say something like I don't know, like month or revenue, profit. You can actually have AI generate this. But don't just ask. Remember earlier I told you guys that don't just tell it to produce a report. So don't just say produce a sheet about financial data or something. That is bad. Instead, what you want it to do is you want to say generate a CSV with month, revenue, and profit headings based off of the below data. And now, like when it gives you an output, it's actually going to give you an output that you just copy and paste directly into Google Sheets or Excel or something. You're going to have data that looks like this. Month, revenue, profit. And it'll say, like, I don't know, January. Okay, it'll say, like, 13,000. It'll say, 3,000. It's not going to be commas because it's not separated. I'll get that later. Maybe February. It'll say 14,500. Then it'll pull from some spreadsheet and grab this much for it, right? Like, your data's going to be a lot structured. So if you want data in a format, don't just have to generate a thing and then have you have to go copy and paste it into a spreadsheet or into your app or into your program later. Like, actually just ask it to do the exact thing that you want it to do right off the get-go. I'll show you the exact structure you need in order to get this to output reliably in a moment. The 10th tip is to remove conflicting instructions. Now, this may sound pretty simple, but it's a lot bigger of an issue than I think a lot of people realize, okay? What do you mean by conflicting instructions? Well, like, a lot of the words that we use, we don't really...
Oh, no. My bad. Oh, well.
think of, but they have directly opposed meanings. Let me give you a quick example. Remember how earlier we went through and we made our whole thing really short, our whole prompt really short, taking advantage of their accuracy? Well, a word I always see, I've seen very often in the maker school, my 0 community, and also making the higher level community, a lot of prompt engineering, I see something like this detailed summary. I want you to know this logically, like, if you produce a summary of something, you are necessarily producing something that is simpler and smaller and lighter and easier. It's a compressed form of, the thing that you are doing. You're basically going, from something like complex to simple, right? That's what a summary is. But if you ask for something detailed, basically going from something simple to complex. So then if you're asking for a detailed summary, what you're basically doing is it's like mathematically, it's like this equals nothing, 0, okay, equals nothing. These two cancel each other out. And what you end up doing is you just end up needlessly increasing token count for no reason. So like when you say stuff like produce an engaging article that is also very simple and straightforward, or produce like a very comprehensive article that's still easy for newcomers to understand, right? You're giving it conflicting instructions. Do you want to produce something detailed or do you want to produce something that's not, okay? Just eliminate that. It'll substantially reduce your token length, and then it'll also allow you to, just get a little bit better at defining things and being simple and treating LLMs as I think that, they're realistically should be treated, which are tools that enable you to generate things. Not like at our current level, some super nuanced being that's able to like really fully understand the full gradient of the decision that you tasked it with. The 11th tip I have for you is to learn JavaScript object notation, XML, and CSV. Let's actually start with XML. XML stands for extensible markup language, okay?
Oh, swear.
So like when you say stuff like produce an engaging article that is also very simple and straightforward, or produce like a very comprehensive article that's still easy for newcomers to understand, right? You're giving it conflicting instructions. Do you want to produce something detailed or do you want to produce something that's not, okay? Just eliminate that. It'll substantially reduce your token length, and then it'll also allow you to, just get a little bit better at defining things and being simple and treating LLMs as I think that, they realistically should be treated, which are tools that enable you to generate things. Not like at our current level, some super nuanced being that's able to like really fully understand the full gradient of the decision that you tasked it with. The 11th tip I have for you is to learn JavaScript object notation, XML, and CSV. Let's actually start with XML. XML stands for extensible markup language, okay? To make a long story short, all XML basically is just a way to structure data. Remember how like back in grade school, you would write a story, and you write your name in the top left-hand corner. You write the date over here. You write the title over here. And then underneath here, maybe you write the story, right? And then you hit it in. Well, all XML, JSON, and CSV are just formats that allow you to embed what all of these different things are in a simple and easy and standardized way for computers to understand, so that you can do cool things with them, like run cool programs and whatnot. So this is my big paper, okay? This is a big paper that I wrote. Won me first place in school. I got a $25 discard. $25 gift card to NH something. Okay, this is equivalent to this. I have a little author tag where it says Nick Sarav. Then I have a closing author tag. Right? This is now like universally understood that the author's Nick Sarav, right? Maybe the date. Okay, the date was February 19th, and I close that tag off with date. Title, right? Well, the title was birds and bees, right? And I close up the title. I can go on and on. I think you guys understand. This is a very particular formatting convention that allows you to define things. Okay, if I go this is pretty cool because I actually used to live and work in Surrey. So building ID, Surrey head office address. This is an address variable. City variable. Province variable. Country variable. Location, right? You can embed data. If I were to instead write a paper, I'd say the Surrey head office is located at 745 32nd Street, which is in Surrey, BC, Canada. I just want you guys to see how much more. Every time I say Surrey, it activates my Surrey. Isn't that funny? I just want you guys to see how much more compressed this data is and how much more immediately understandable this data is too. So that's one reason why XML is awesome. JSON stands for JavaScript Object Notation. It's very similar, okay? The only difference is instead of the tags, the less than and greater than symbols that we use along some of those backslashes, all this is curly braces, quotes, characters, colons, and then more curly braces, okay? Exact same thing, right? This would say author, and then this would say Nick Sarav, right? Exact same data. You can see JSON example. You'll see data that looks just like this. So instead of me saying, hey, this guy's name is Richard, he's a 33-year-old man who loves Viking gaming squash, he lives in Port Space Land, he's friends with Joe and Sarah and Michelle, who are all things that live across the continent of the United States. Like, instead of me saying that, I just create a little JavaScript object where the name variable is equal to Richard, the age variable is equal to 33, and so on and so forth. And then CSV, the reason I bring this up is because this is a little bit more nuanced. CSV is actually just a hyper-compressed version of all this, where you don't have to use these tag characters, and you only have to mention the thing once, okay? So what I mean is, okay, remember this, author, date, and title. A CSV file would actually look like this. Author, comma, no space, date, comma, no space, title. And you have a little new line in here that would say Nick Sarav. Then it would say Feb 19. Then it would go birds and bees. Now this, if you just like count the number of characters, this is actually way less than all of this. And the cool thing is when you do a new row, you don't have to repeat the key names. What you can do is you can actually just, write the, write everything in what's called comma separated value format. The comma here is the delimiter character. The issue with using this in large language models is unfortunately large language models often lose their sense of place, especially in long files. So if you're using a CSV that has like several hundred inputs, the large language model's ability to like remember that the date column always comes second on, I don't know, like row number 1003 or something. Its ability to know like date corresponds to Y just has to get modeled down, which is why you typically only use CSVs for smaller applications with large language models. All right, the 12th tip I want to give you guys is what I call my key prompt structure. So I have developed probably over 1,000 prompts now for businesses and other businesses I work with, people that I consult with, and so on and so forth. And this is what I do on basically all of them, okay? So feel free to copy this on your own, use this for all your own. I'm going to show you what this looks like. First, we start with context. Then I give it instructions, okay? After that, I give it my output format. And you guys just use this to scaffold your own. Then I give it rules. And then finally, I wrap it up with an example. So let me show you guys a quick actual look at what a real prompt that is maybe almost $500,000 looks like. I'm going to show you guys this in a no-code tool. So Make.com is what I personally use, and I teach a lot about it as well. It is for a specific tool called Upwork. Upwork is a tool. Upwork is a freelancing platform. Basically, you can bid on jobs and stuff like that. And this prompt was written to allow me to take this input in Upwork job description and then have AI automatically process it, filter it, tell me if it's relevant to me, and then write me a one-line icebreaker that's customized to that job. So how this actually looks, I start with a system prompt that says you're an intelligent admin that filters jobs. That's pretty simple, right? No real rocket science here. Then I have my user prompt. And the way that I want you guys to look at this is through that lens that I provided you earlier, okay? With context first, then instructions, then output format, then rules, and then some examples. So let me break this down for you. This up here, this is all my context, okay? So what I mean, I say, hey, I'm an automation engineer that builds outreach systems, CRM systems, project management systems, no-code systems, and integrations, right? I'm trying to cut this down in hindsight that I know a little bit more about engineering. I built this thing out, I believe, over a year ago now. And it was one of the videos I actually made on YouTube. Then I say below is a job description. Filter it for relevance, true or false, in JSON. So the platforms I include use Airtable, ClickUp, ChatGPT, Make Monday, Zapier, LinkedIn, Google Sheets, and relevant, very short introductory icebreaker, okay? But I'm not actually done yet. I then give it some example client projects. These are things that I've done. And then I tell it my format, okay? So let's just be abundantly clear. I provided context over here. Then I give it some instructions over here. So, sorry, I think I misspoke earlier. This is my context. This is my instructions. Okay? After my context and instructions, what I do is I give it my output format, which is right over here. And then at the end, I also have some rules. Now, in this case, I wrote them as notes, but these are essentially my rules. Then finally, I actually give some examples. The way that you do this in Make.com and any other notebook tool is you will have your user prompt up here with all of those 4 bits that I showed you a moment ago. And then you have another user prompt with your first example, then another assistant prompt with your first result. And in my case, I did, I think, 3 or 4 shots. So then I have a user with an example, it's an actual job description from Upwork. Then I have an assistant response with the result. Then another user prompt, assistant prompt, another user prompt, assistant prompt, another user prompt, assistant prompt, another user prompt, assistant prompt. I think in this case, it was like 7 or 6 or something like that. In hindsight, probably too much. And I was probably forced to do this just because models were a little bit less intelligent when I built this out. Nowadays, I maybe like 2, maybe 3. Okay. I also wanted to show like a wide range of possible jobs, which obviously helps perform. This is why I have almost $500,000 in posted earnings on my profile, because I use systems like this to be able to apply large volumes of jobs. Also help a lot of other people build out processes that involve things like this. So in a nutshell, I almost always use this key prompt structure with slight variations. Context is where you tell it what you want, like who you are and what you want. Instructions are where you outline specifically and say your task is to do X, Y, and Z. Output format is where you say something like return results in JSON using this format. Rules where you say, hey, here's a quick list. I want you, don't do this, do this, don't do this, do this. Then examples where you actually give it those user prompts or user assistant prompt pairs. Okay, the next thing I want to talk about, tip number 13, is to use AI to generate examples for AI. Okay? What do I mean by this? Well, if you go back to that prompt I showed you guys a moment ago, right? We have a lot of examples here. What you can do, instead of you actually finding examples, you can actually create them yourself, right? So I can actually go ahead and create them. So what I mean by this, I could say, I'm actually going to go all the way down to the bottom, and I actually want to generate my own little assistant prompt, right? So maybe what I'm going to do now is, I don't know, I'm just going to go into AI, paste this in, and say, I'm using this for training, write me a similar training example as the above. This is just using a simple hotkey option space on Mac where I can launch a ChatGPT instance. I should know that this is not the same as the API that I'm using right now, but it does a great job. Right, so now I have this, and what am I going to do? I'm just going to right-click Run this module only. It's actually going to go through and generate me a result using AI. Right, pretty simple and easy. Now, this was back in the day when you could not parse the JSON in the make.com module. Anybody that is a little bit more experienced with make.com is probably looking at this and being like, hey, why aren't you parsing this directly inside of the prompt? That's just because the GPT-4 0613 model just had access to do it. As you can see, there's no tool for you to do so. But basically, what we've done is we output some JSON JavaScript documentation, which I can then feed into this module here to parse automatically and produce me a variable that I can access. It looks kind of like this: reason, result, icebreaker. The last tip I want to provide you guys is a pretty simple one, but it's to use the right model for the task. Okay. I see a lot of people nowadays using very simple models. So here's how it basically works: simple models are cheap, complex models are more expensive. So this is a gradient between simple and cheap, complex and expensive. The unfortunate thing is, like 99% of people I see in Maker School, Maker on YouTube, they're way too far on the simple and the cheap side of things. As of the time of this video, there are a bunch of models available. I don't really take this too much, but you know, these are like mini models. And so a lot of people do is they'll just use the mini models because they think they're saving a lot of money. Well, unless you're running something like that is doing 5 million operations or executions a day, like unless you're running some serious backend infra, token costs are so little, it doesn't actually make any sense not to just use like smart models most of the time. Obviously, there's some exceptions, but let me just run you through what the GPT-4 family models looks like. Okay, it's $2.50 per million tokens of input. It's $10 per 1 million tokens of output. If we just like average them and say, for the purposes of this, it's $5 per 1 million tokens combined. Okay, this Upwork RSS fee thing that I just did. If we look at the usage, okay, combined is 1,169. I would have to use one. I would have to do this 1,000 times to use $5. That's crazy. How many do I actually do a day? Like 15. Okay, if we do the math on this, $5 divided by 1,000 means that for every run I use $0.005. This is equivalent to 55.5 cents. So basically, every 2 times I run this, it's 1 cent. It's a penny. Every 4 times I run this, it's 2. Every 8 times I run this, it's 4. Right? It's such a marginal, small amount of money that there's no reason. And this is by the way, this is using GPT-4 0613. This is also using like a very, very under-optimized prompt. Not very under-optimized, but pretty under-optimized prompt right now. The reality is, you know, like any case that you use GPT-4 Mini, which you know is understandably much cheaper, but basically any use case you use GPT-4 Mini for, unless you're sending millions of tokens on a daily basis, just use the smart model. The smart model will eliminate like half of the problems that you didn't even know you had. And I recommend just starting with the smart model and then working your way down, as opposed to starting with the demo model and trying to work your way up. It's way easier to do that way. So I mean, you know, $75 per million tokens for 4.5, $150 per million tokens, like yeah, that's pretty expensive. And I can see that being a limiter. But the vast majority of these O-based multimodal models anyway, as of the time of this recording, are hyper cheap. And I usually recommend just debuying yourself, and just trying to use the more expensive ones wherever possible. Because at the end of the day, they're not really that expensive. My company, which is called 1 Second Copy, we still use a lot of tokens on a daily basis. I think we spent like, I don't know, $5 last month. That's a company, right? It makes several hundred $1,000s still. So if you think about like the return on investment of these tokens, it is crazy. So just make sure you use the right model for the task. Most of the time, it involves using a little bit smarter model. All right, that's it for this video. I had a lot of fun recording it and re-recording it for all y'all. If you guys have any questions about this, just drop them down below. If you guys want me to make videos on a specific topic, please. I love getting ideas.
All right. Oh man, this whole time it was just replaying.
A bunch of stuff into your prompt that you can't see and that you don't know about. So if you really want to get good prompt engineering, you need to stop using the consumer models, okay? Stop using ChatGPT, stop using Claude, and instead start using their API Playground or Workbench models. So
ChatGPT workbench model. I don't think that's right. Platform.openai.com. Oh. Strange. Project budget. You must be. All right, I got the power. Oh. Dang. I don't really know what to do with this information, honestly. Um, Rating in the UI. Variables, tools. All right. Wow. Oh shucks. Zero 04 colon 29 colon 25. I'm a little peckish. Yo, where the sun at? Sun don't come up at 7. Another hour from now. steps for learning skill tree.
Hey everyone, welcome to this tutorial where I'm going to show you how to use FastAPI. FastAPI is a web framework designed specifically for building API apps with Python. It's extremely popular and comes with pretty nice features and high performance right out of the box, at least as far as Python web frameworks go. Here are some of the benefits of using FastAPI. It's really easy to learn, as you see, and it's also fast to develop with because it comes with some really useful abstractions. And finally, it's async by default, so the performance is also pretty good. This makes it a solid choice for building any kind of Python backend. In this video, we're going to learn how to install FastAPI and use it to build our first app. We'll also check out some of its inbuilt features, like the interactive documentation. Let's get started. To install FastAPI, open your terminal and run the following commands. You'll need to install both FastAPI and Vibecoding. Vibecoding is going to be the server that we use to test and run our FastAPI applications. Once you finish installing it, create a new directory for your project. Put this directory in the code editor and create a file. Install FastAPI, open your terminal and run the following command.
Come on, bruh. Of course. Why would it? Why would it work? Failed to write executable trying to use the .delete me logic. If it ain't something, it's something. How to resolve this error. Error could not install the package due to the OS error. When error 2, the system cannot find the file specified. Python 3.10 script FastAPI executable. This happens when pip tries to create or replace a FastAPI AX console script, but the script folder is locked. The file doesn't exist, but the pip thinks it does. The Windows Defender's antivirus blocks it. The Python installed without the proper permissions. You're mixing system Python with user installs. FastAPI is installed, but the CLI entry point failed. Quick fix recommended safest. Use Python modular runner. Bypass fix API entirely. Instead of relying on FastAPI, just do this. Alright. Is this on my requirements list? Oh. Oh, doesn't do a service. Shucks. I mean, then you can't see me for nothing, but maybe. Okay. Same thing. Okay. Python dash m pip install UV-corn. Oh my god. All right.
first, you'll need to install both FastAPI and VibeCoding. VibeCoding is going to be the server that we use to test and run our FastAPI applications. Once you finish installing it, create a new directory for your project. Put this directory in your code editor and create a file called main.py. In your main.py file, import FastAPI and then use it to create a new app. And this is how we define a path in FastAPI. This is an app decorator, and it defines a path for the HTTP GET method. slash. So that's going to be our root directory. So that when somebody visits this function is going to be called, and then we can return this hello world object here. To run your server, go back to the terminal and then use uvicorn. Your command should look like this. Type uvicorn and then the name of your file, which should be main, and then the name of your app, and then you can use this reload flag to make the server automatically refresh anytime you make changes to the file. You should see something like this, and if you click to this URL here, you should be able to see the API route. So here we're at the home route, and you can see the hello world object being returned. So now we have a really basic app working. Let's figure out how we can add routes to our application. Routes are going to be this URL when you enter a different thing. For example, you want to see items or you want to see a user. That is a route. So let's see how we can add that next. In FastAPI, routes are used to define the different URLs that your app should respond to. You can create routes to handle different interactions. So let's say we wanted to build a to-do list application. We'll need different routes to add or view the to-do items on the list. Let's go back to our app and start by creating an empty list of items. So this is going to be our to-do items. Next, I'm going to create a new endpoint for our app, and this one is going to be called create item, and users can access this endpoint by sending an HTTP post request to this items path, and it's going to accept item as an input. So this is going to be a query parameter. So once it receives this item, it's just going to add it to this items list, and we can actually make it return the item, or we can make it return the whole items list as well, just so that we can see the result of different things we add to the list. To test this, open up a new terminal, and then send this curl request directly to our URL. We're going to pass in the item by using a query parameter like this at the end of the URL. So once you send it, it should return the current list of items, and you can see here we've just added an apple to that list. But we can modify this and add other items too. So now we've added 2 items, and this endpoint works for adding new items to the list. To view a specific item on the list, we're going to create a new endpoint using the get decorator again. The path for this endpoint is going to be /items/item ID inside the curly brackets. This is a way to say that if we go to a path, like for example /items1 or /items2, then we can actually use that variable and use it to query this items list. Now be careful, because every time you make a change, the server will reload, and this items array will be reset back to this empty array. So before you test this get items endpoint, make sure you create an item first so that there's actually something there. So I've just refreshed my server, and I've added this apple and this orange item again to my server. And now I can use this get request with this 0 index to get the first item. So if I do that, I get apple. And if I run it again and change this index, I should get the orange. That's because whatever you put here as this index will become this item ID variable, or whatever the name is, in your function, and then you can use that as a parameter. If you specify the type hint here, then FastAPI is smart enough to convert the type for you. Now what happens if we try to get an item that doesn't exist? So let's go back to the app and try items number 3. And we get an internal server error. This isn't really ideal because in this specific case, we know exactly what went wrong. But if our users see this internal server error, it's not a very helpful error message. So the next thing we're going to look at is how to raise very useful error messages so that when you're developing the app, you can debug it and figure out what went wrong. FastAPI makes it really easy to raise specific errors to handle whatever situation you're dealing with. In this case, we tried to find an item that doesn't exist in our server, and we just got back an internal server error, which isn't really helpful. For situations like this, there's a universal set of HTTP response codes that you can use, and everybody will understand. If an item doesn't exist, that's usually a client error, because we're saying that the client's looking for a specific item that the server doesn't know about. So let's click into this client error response, and you scroll down, you'll see this 404 not found. So this 404 code is probably the way we'd want to respond in this situation. To do that, scroll to the top of your app and import this HTTP exception from FastAPI. And then down in your handler, we'll modify this to have a condition checking whether or not the item exists. And if it does, we'll return it. Otherwise,
I wonder, like, what's a valid time to go to bed? You know? Because we're at like 4 hours and 51 minutes.
So we'll raise this HTTP exception. We'll put this 404 status code in, which means the item was not found, and you can even use this detail parameter to give more information about why it wasn't found. Now, if I go back to my terminal and then run the same request again, you'll see that our error has updated to something much more useful. Next, let's dive a little deeper into how we can send information to FastAPI. We're going to look at how you can use request and path parameters. Now, back in our project, we actually already have an example of a path parameter, which is this create items here, because this item appears as a query string in the URL path. But this is probably not the right way to do it, so we're going to turn this into a JSON payload later. But for now, let's create a new endpoint, which I'm going to call list items. This one's going to use a query parameter as well, and this time it's going to be an integer. FastAPI is smart enough to convert the type of the parameter for us, so even though when we send a URL request, they're all technically strings, type hint this as an integer, then it's going to convert this into an integer. And this particular function is going to take this limit query parameter that we specify and use that to return some number of items from the list. So if we put in limit 3, it's going to return the first 3 items. Or if we leave it default 10, then it's going to return 10 items from the list. Let's go ahead and test it out. I just added 10 items to my list on the server, and now I'm going to use this request on the items endpoint. This is the same endpoint as this one, but because I'm using a different request, it is going to hit this method in the server instead of this first one. So let's go ahead and use that. And then with limit 3, I'm getting the first 3 items back. And if I leave the limits blank or don't specify it, then it's going to use the default value and return all 10 apples. And the default value, of course, is defined in the function header. Now, if I want to build a to-do list application, then my items might actually be a more complex data structure than just a string. Luckily, FastAPI also supports pedantic models, which allow you to structure your data and also provide additional validation. This will make things like testing, documentation, and code completion in your IDE a lot easier. To get started, first import base model from Pydantic. Then extend this base model to create an item class. And because these items are supposed to be items in a to-do list, it's going to have 2 attributes, a text, which is a string, and is done, which is a boolean. Now we can update our app to use this item model. So for instance, when we create this item, instead of taking a string, we can now pass this item model. And here, when we get an item, instead of returning a string, we can also return an item. Now, if we try to use the same curl request to create the item, it's not going to work because we have specified the item through the query parameter. But when you use a modeled object, like this item here, as part of the argument, it's going to expect that to be in the JSON payload of the request. To make it work, we have to send this item data as a JSON payload instead. So this is how you can do it in curl. And we no longer have the query parameter at the end of the URL either. So when you run that, you should see that it now works. And in our response, we no longer get a single string. We actually get an object that conforms to our item model we've defined here. So by default, our isDone value is false. And because we didn't specify that here, that's exactly what we got. Now, if I go back to my model and I want to make one of these fields required, for example, this text here, I can simply delete this default value. And now when I go back to my terminal, and if I try to send it something that doesn't have a text value, for example, I call this title instead, it's going to fail because now it's validating the request model for me. So this is another nice advantage of using Pydantic with FastAPI, is that you can really easily just create validation for your server as well. So far, we've looked at how to model the request data and the input payload to FastAPI. Let's look at how we can model the response as well. This is actually super easy because all you need to do is just use the same base model from Pydantic for your response. So for example, let's go here where we list the items or where we get the item. All you have to do is add a new argument to the decorator called response model, and then just put the item class that you'd like returned from this response. Similarly, if you want to put the response model for a list of items, you can do it like this. So now this is just another way to tell our server and our interfaces that the response from this endpoint would be conforming to this model here. And this is really useful if you want to build a front-end client that interacts.
Okay, so items response model equals list item. The function list items limit int is equal to 10, so a maximum limit of 10. Return items 0 limit. 0 2 limit? That's a list. Response model equals item.
With FastAPI. By doing this, it makes it really easy to work with front-end frameworks like React or Next.js because now you have a defined responsive structure that you can rely on. Now I'm going to show you one of my favorite features of working with FastAPI, especially if you're just starting out. This is the interactive documentation feature. Whenever you start a FastAPI server, you get a documentation page for free that you can actually interact with and use to test your API. So far, we've been doing all our testing in the terminal, but it can be pretty hard to type out this command over and over again or to make modifications to it. If you go back to your local FastAPI server and then add this docs to the end of your URL, you get taken to this Swagger UI page where you get to see all of your endpoints, you get to see which HTTP method they accept, and if you click into them, you can also look at the type of parameters they take. You can even test them. So for example, here, let's test our post request. Click try it out, and then just update this request body with whatever you want. Then when you hit execute, it's going to give you the curl command you need to run to test this out in your terminal, but it's also actually going to send the request, and you can see the response body here. So this is really useful because you can see how your API is configured, and you can also just test it easily without having to fiddle around with commands in the terminal. And if you type in /redoc instead as the path, you get this other set of documentation, and I think it's pretty much the same thing, so use whichever one you prefer. And there's a very small link here, but this one's also actually quite useful. But if you click it, you get this JSON file, which is basically everything you need to know about your FastAPI server. So here it's got all the paths, all the different schemas of each path, and all the different responses that can be returned. So this is really useful if you want to just export this JSON and build documentation or build a front-end client, maybe a JavaScript or something that can interact with your server. Although FastAPI is quite popular and easy to use right now, how does it compare to an industry standard framework like Flask, which has been around for much longer and has much wider adoption? Well, FastAPI is async by default, so it can handle a lot more concurrent requests right out of the box, which I think is nice. And as you've seen, it's really easy to use. The way you define routes, define response models, validate data, and throw HTTP exceptions is as simple as it can be. So with Flask, I don't have a side-by-side comparison at the moment, but if you go try to do the exact same thing, it's just a little bit more fiddly. Currently, though, Flask does have higher adoption, and it is an open source project with community support, so you know that using Flask, at least it's reliable, and you can build on it, and there's a lot of resources. FastAPI is still new, although it's gaining popularity quite quickly. I think some of these points compare to Django as well, except that Django is a heavyweight framework, so if your use case is going to be a very lightweight backend, then FastAPI is probably the choice to pick in that case. Hopefully, this video has helped you to get started with FastAPI. If you're wondering where to go next, you could look into databases, integrating things like SQL with your FastAPI server, or if you want to build an app for users, have a user system, or secure certain endpoints, you could look at authentication mechanisms, such as JWT tokens. And if you've built your FastAPI app and you want to learn how to deploy it to a server so that it's live and anyone in the world can use it, then check out my video here where I show you how to deploy a FastAPI application on AWS. Otherwise, I hope you found this useful, and thank you for watching. I'm going to show you how to deploy or host your FastAPI Python application on AWS so that your API is accessible from the public internet. We'll be deploying this API project, which we created as part of the previous video tutorial. If you didn't have the chance to work on that, then don't worry, because I prepared a GitHub link in the video description, which you can just clone directly during this tutorial. And of course, if you have a different GitHub link to your own FastAPI application, then you can use that too. So to get started, you first need to log into your AWS console. So sign up for an account if you don't have one, and log in, and you should see something like this. Now, there's a couple of different ways we can host a FastAPI application. We can just host it using EC2, which is a virtual server. So that's just going to be a computer that's running in the cloud 24/7, and then we'll pay by the hour, but we can turn it on and off whenever we want. That's what we're going to be doing today. However, we can also use AWS Lambda, which is a serverless way to host the function. That's pretty interesting as well, but not something I'll cover today. Since we're using EC2, just go ahead and click on that service, and that should bring you to your EC2 dashboard, which looks something like this. So we'll go up to this orange button over here and click Launch Instances, and we get to configure a new instance to launch. And here, an instance is pretty much a virtual server. So we'll get to put in a name, and I'll just put FastAPI server. And then we'll have to choose the machine image, which is sort of like what OS we want to launch it with. For this one, I'm going to use an Ubuntu image, and I'm going to use the latest long-term supported version. And for the instance type, if you've just created a new account, then I recommend you use T2 Micro because it will be free. Otherwise, you can check the pricing here. On-demand Linux is just over 1 cent USD per hour. And there's a couple of other cheaper ones as well, like this Nano one here. But for this one, I'm just going to leave it default at T2 Micro, which is good enough. Next, there'll be an option to create a key pair login, and this is going to be a file that you can use to SSH into your instance so that you can access the terminal in there and do things on it. So we're going to want to do that. And here the name can be anything. I'm going to call it FastAPI key. And once you've created the key, you should see it appear in your downloads folder. For the network settings, we're going to want to allow SSH traffic from anywhere because we want to be able to connect to this instance or this host from our terminal. And we will also want to allow HTTP access from the internet. We might allow HTTPS as well, even though this FastAPI application we're doing will only support HTTP at this point. And that's pretty much it. Just double check your settings to make sure everything looks like this. And once you are happy with that, then you can click Launch Instance. Once your instance has launched, you can go back to the EC2 dashboard and see it running like this. If it's not running yet, then it might still be pending, so you just have to wait a little while. And if you click on the instance ID, you can see the summary for this instance, including its public IP address, which is how we can access it publicly on the internet. Also, its public IPv4 DNS, which is sort of like a domain name that we can use to access it if we don't want to use the IP address directly. And if I open this address, you should see that it can't connect. And that's because even though the instance is running, there's literally nothing on the instance right now. It's just an empty Ubuntu computer, and the IP address doesn't work either. And our goal is to put our FastAPI application onto this instance so that when we access these endpoints, we can actually use the API. So now the next step is to connect to our instance. If you click on this connect button up here, then it'll take you to a page with a few different options. Normally you can use EC2 Instance Connect, which if you press that, it'll bring up a window where you'll have the console accessible right here. But I don't think this works here because this is an Ubuntu image that doesn't have the EC2 Instance Connect support. So we'll go back to this and then click SSH client. If you're using Mac or Linux, then these instructions should be fine. Otherwise, I suggest you looking in the comments below for how to SSH from Windows. So remember that SSH temp file that we created earlier. We're going to need to use that, find that private key file, and then change the permissions so that it's not publicly viewable, and then we'll connect to the instance using this command. So let's go ahead and do that now. I'm now here in a directory where I've copied my temp file, and I'm going to run changemod 400 on this file. And now I'm just going to copy this SSH command over from the example here, which has already been pre-filled with our PEM file name and the EC2 instance address. So if I just run the command, it'll ask me a question, I'll answer yes, and now I'm connected to the instance. So this terminal now represents the Ubuntu OS inside this machine here. So the first thing I'm going to want to do in this machine is to update and install my dependencies. So I'm going to start with sudo apt-get update. This will update all the repositories so we have access to all the latest software. I'm going to make this terminal a bit bigger as well. And then the next step is to sudo apt install, and then I'm going to pass a flag so that it presses yes for all the questions. And then I'm going to want to install Python 3 pip and nginx like that. So just a bit of background on the things we installed. The Ubuntu image doesn't actually come with pip, so we had to install Python pip so that we can use that to install our FastAPI module. And nginx, in case you're not familiar, is something we can use. It's like a web server software that allows us to connect our FastAPI application to IP addresses over here, so that when people visit these public addresses, they actually get routed to our FastAPI server and port running on this instance. For nginx to be able to do that, we can use, it's like a web server software that allows us to connect our FastAPI application to IP addresses over here, so that when people visit these public addresses, they actually get routed to our FastAPI server. running on this instance. For Nginx to be able to do that, we are going to have to create a configuration file inside a predefined location so that when we start the Nginx software, it knows how to route the traffic. So we're going to do that by creating a new file inside this directory. So this is the directory that already exists with Nginx by default, and we're just going to go ahead and create a new file called FastAPI Nginx, which it will use to configure the server when we start it up. So now we're going to have to fill out our Nginx configuration file. That's going to look like this. We're going to be listening on port 80, which is the default HTTP port, so that's where our traffic's going to come in. We're also going to need a server name, which is just going to be this IP address here, the public IPv4 address.
I feel like I gotta say something. Merry Christmas to the one viewer in the chat. I don't think it's me this time, but who knows?
So just go ahead and copy that and then paste that in here. And then to tell Nginx where to route the traffic, we're going to do location /, which is the root. And here we're going to put in proxy pass, and then the address of our FastAPI endpoint, which to the perspective of this instance is going to be on localhost. So HTTP /, then this is the static address for the local host, and by default it's port 8000. So it looks like that. And we'll just close off our curly brackets and save that file. And by the way, you don't have to understand everything that this file is doing. This is just something you have to configure once. But if you do want to learn more about Nginx and how it works, you can go to the official documentation and read more about it in there. So I'm just going to save this and quit. And now I'm going to restart my Nginx server so that that configuration takes effect. So just type sudo service nginx restart, and you're not going to see any kind of output or anything here because it's going to be running in the background. But if something was wrong in your configuration, then you might get an error here. So I suggest you just go back or go to the GitHub and then double check that the configuration is correct. Now that the Nginx configuration is finished, I'm going to clone my FastAPI project into this post. So let's go back to the project GitHub and go to code and then clone, and then there should be an HTTPS option. So just copy that. Then go back to your terminal here and then type git clone and paste that GitHub link, github.com/pixigami/fastAPI tutorial.git, or whatever your repository that you want to use is. Once you run that, it should be cloning it into a directory called FastAPI tutorial, which I can see is there. So let's go into that directory and check that all our files are there. So you can see this main py file is the FastAPI file that I want to run. And it's this file here that we created as part of that previous video tutorial. Before we can run this, we actually need to install the requirements. So if I go into my requirements file, there's just FastAPI and Vibecoding. I don't know why the line is formatted like that. But to install that, we have to type pip3 install and then r requirements.txt. So once the installation is finished successfully, we should be able to start our FastAPI server. Just going to clear that and then type python 3 using the module Vibecoding, and we're going to run the main file, and the application is just called app. So now this looks familiar to when we were doing it on our local machine, except that this app is actually running in this Amazon server. So it's running on this local host. Obviously, if we click this, we're not going to see it because this is our local host is not running it, and this is the local host for the machine. But the Nginx configuration we set up earlier is actually designed to route the traffic from this server, so these public IP addresses, to this FastAPI application running locally in the machine. And if you open this address here, it's actually going to be a problem loading page, unable to connect. And that's because by default, it tries to take us to the HTTPS route, which is on port 443 by default, but we only exposed our API to port 80. So we can access that by actually just using the regular HTTP protocol. We just have to delete the S here. And if we refresh that again, we're going to see that our API can actually be called from this address. So this is just the root path API that just returns this welcome message here. And we can actually use all of these as well. For example, if I try list books, I'll see it that returns an empty list. That's because I haven't added any books to this yet. But if I go ahead to the docs section, which is just /docs on the root path, I'll be able to see the Swagger documentation of all the API, and then I can interact with it here. So for example, I can click this to add the book, and I can try it out, and maybe add a new book. And then if I execute that through the web UI, you can see the response and the curl request to interact with this. API. So that operation was successful, and then if I go back to my API and list books again, I will now be able to see that the new book I've added is there. And this is a public IP address, so you can use this from any computer or even your phone. You'll be able to access this FastAPI application now. So that's pretty much it for how you can deploy or host a FastAPI application on Amazon EC2 instances. Before you wrap up though, you should go back to your console and actually terminate this instance. Otherwise, you might be charged for it running, even if it's in the free tier. You might forget about it, and then eventually it might start billing you to your account. So once you're done with the tutorial and you won't need the instance anymore, just go ahead and click this checkbox or right-click this instance and then hit terminate instance. This will shut it down, and eventually, once you see the instance state become terminated, like this other one I have here, then you can be certain that the instance is no longer used and you would no longer be charged for it. But yeah, that's pretty much it. I hope you were successful in deploying your FastAPI application. I hope you found this helpful, and thank you for watching. Hey everyone, welcome to this tutorial where I'm going to show
I've covered FastAPI several times in my previous videos. Today, I'd like to dive in a bit deeper and talk about a few things that you simply won't find in most API tutorials online. I'm going to cover 4 things that will help you, especially if you want to create a backend that's used in production, say. This video is sponsored by Plumbers, which is an infrastructure as code solution. I'll talk more about them later in the video. Now, let's dive into FastAPI. The example that I'm going to cover today is a simple FastAPI backend that has both items and automations. The items are just simple things that you can put in a database. So there are create, read, update, and delete operations on them. Next to that, you have automations that you can run whenever something happens to an item. And I've added
05:07:27. 4 tips for building a production-ready FastAPI backend.
added a feature here where if you update the item, then some sort of automation is going to be run. And the idea of automation is also pretty simple. It just runs a piece of Python code. You can of course build up these automations more by adding things like triggers, webhooks, different paths depending on certain conditions, etc. I'm not going to do that today. I'm going to keep it really simple. Here's a quick overview of the code. So we have a FastAPI app, includes some routers. We're going to talk about that in a minute. And one part of the API is that there's a simple GET request that just returns a response that the server is running. So I can start the server with Vibecoding, which is a server running tool. It's very useful. And now it's running on localhost port 8000. When I open the root URL in the browser, then this is what you get. Now, like I said, this has both items and automations. So it's actually pretty easy to read items as well in the browser. So I can simply type, for example, items one, and then it's going to return the JSON structure representing a particular item, in this case a coffee machine. I'll cover the automation aspect of this API later on in the video. Now, the first thing that I want to show you is that if you have multiple endpoints like items, automations, users, whatever, then it's only helpful to split these things up in different routes. And FastAPI has a router mechanism for that. And what this is going to do for you is that this will avoid you having to put all the routes into a single file. And unfortunately,
Oh.
and FastAPI has a router mechanism for that. And what this is going to do for you is that this will avoid you having to put all the routes into a single file. And unfortunately, most examples online explaining how to get started with FastAPI don't use routers. They seem to do everything in the main file. If you want to build a more complex API application, this is not going to work because your main file is going to be huge. So routers are a really good way of organizing this. So in the main file, you can see that I have here two routers that I've imported. There's the items router and there's the automations router. So these represent each a group of endpoints. And then in order to use them, I simply include them in the app using the include router method. And then it knows these endpoints. And then what I did in the API is that I have here a routers folder where I have my various routers. So there's, for example, the items router, which looks like this. And there's some other things in here that I'm going to cover in a minute as well. So the first thing you see is that I create a router, API router. This is a feature of FastAPI. And I give it a prefix. So now any endpoints that are part of this router fall under this prefix. That means, for example, if I have a get method, router.get and then the item ID, it means you can get this by navigating to root URL /items/the ID. So /item is put in front of every endpoint. And then each route simply contains the code that needs to be run when you call that endpoint. So there's creating an item, there's reading an item, there's reading item automations. So this reads the automations that are associated with an item. We have an update item function and we have a delete item endpoint. So that's how the items router is set up. similar, except we have a different router with a different prefix. So here it's not /items, but it's /automations. And also here we have a create automation, read automation, I'm scrolling too far, update automation, and delete automation. And actually, here's an error, this should be automation. Actually, FastAPI doesn't really care what the names of these functions are, but of course we should call this correctly. And it's all set up in a very similar way to how the items route is set up. That's why this function was called delete item, because I just copy pasted everything. So in the items route, for example, create item needs an item create object that contains all the information about the item. I'll show that in a minute. Then getting an item simply needs an item ID, which is in this case an integer. And reading item automations also only needs an item ID, and then it's going to return a list of automations. Updating an item needs an item update object, which contains information about the item that I'll also show in a minute. And then finally, we have deleting the item that simply needs an item ID. And for automations, the way this set up is exactly the same. So if you create an API that has multiple groups of endpoints, like items automations use, I really recommend that you use routers for this. So that's the first thing that's going to help you organize your code better. The second thing that you're not going to see in most examples online is that directly write the code that should happen if you call the endpoint inside the endpoint function. And if you're creating a more complex API application, that's not really a good way to do things. For one, the endpoint will then contain everything, which makes it harder to test. The second thing is that you're actually, if you're doing that, you're mixing up two responsibilities. You're mixing up routing, which is organizing where which endpoint is and how you should call it, together with the actual behavior of the endpoint code. And next to making things harder to test, that's also going to make things harder to read, because then again, your files that contain all the routes for a particular router are going to get very long. And finally, another problem with writing all that code in your endpoint function, that also means that if, let's say, you ever want to create a command line application, for example, that does the same things as your backend, then you have to copy paste all that code. You have to do a lot of refactoring work. So if you want to create a more complex API with lots of route groups containing lots of different routes, then you should also separate the routing part of your application from the actual operations. And this is actually what I've done here. So if you look at, let's take creating an item, which is here. So creating an item, the endpoint function is basically almost empty, right? It calls a create database item, which is the actual operation. It passes the item create object, I'll show you what that is in a minute. And it also passes a link to the session, the database session. And then once that's done, then we have a database item object that create database item gives us, and then we transform that into something that FastAPI can return as a JSON structure. So the operation, which is all in this function, is completely separate from the actual endpoint. And I'm using another thing, and that's also a really important part of FastAPI, which is dependency injection. So I provide a database session to the endpoint, and that means that I can write tests for this endpoint more easily. So how does this actually work? So in FastAPI, if I go to the database section of the code, what you can do is that I have here a basic database setup. So as you can see from the imports, this part is actually independent from the FastAPI tool, right? It has some typing imports, and it uses SQL Alchemy, which is an ORM to interact with the database. So it's completely separate from the routing aspect of the system, which is really important. So here I just use a simple SQLite database, so it contains a test database. You can change this to a SQL connection string if you want to, but then you have to make sure to not include the credentials in the code. That should be in environment variables. So then using SQL Alchemy, I specify the models that are part of this database setup. So we have a declarative base, which is the core of SQL Alchemy, and then we have two things. We have a database item, so that corresponds to an items table in the database, and an item simply has an ID, a name, and a description, and that's it. An ID is a primary key, and it's also an index. So that's database item, very basic. And then we have an automation. It's also very simple. We have an ID, which is again an integer, so it maps to a table automations. Forgot to mention that. So ID is also a primary key, and then we have the item ID, which is a reference to the item that the automation belongs to, and I simply specify that this is a foreign key. It corresponds to the ID in the items table. And finally, we have code. So this is the code that should be run when we want to run the automation. So that's all there is to it. That's the setup of the database. And then we have the part where we create the connection with the database so that we can use that connection, use the session in FastAPI. So first, we need to create a database engine. Then we need a session maker, something that can create sessions for us. And then we create the binding so that the engine knows that these models are actually going to be used in order to interact with the database by SQL Alchemy. And then finally, we have a very simple dependency. So this is a function get database that actually gives a database session. And I'm using a generator for this so that we can close the database automatically when we're done. And that's what this try finally block does here. So we yield the database session that we create here. And then finally, whether you get an exception or not doesn't matter, we're going to close the database. And that's good practice to always close database connections when you don't need them, because these connections start to pile up and it's going to slow down your database if you're not careful. So then how do we set up this dependency in FastAPI? Well, if you go, for example, to the items router, you see that we import the get database function from here, and then we provide it as a dependency to the function. And then FastAPI will make sure that this function gets called whenever the endpoint is called. And that way we have always a database session. You also see that I pass the database session to the create database item operation. So this function is going to do the actual work in the database. And of course, that makes sense because you can't work in a database if you don't have a database session. So if you look at the actual implementation of these operations, that's actually what's happening here in items.py under the DB folder. So we have here a couple of identity models that specify the information we need in order to communicate with this part of the application. So there's an item, which has an ID, name, and description. And by the way, these classes are also used by FastAPI to return JSON structures or read JSON data. So item, ID, name, and description, very similar to how the database has been set up. And then we also have item create and item update. So in order to create an item, we need to provide a name and description. Description is optional, it's not necessary. And if we update an item, we can provide either a name or description. So we can update either one of them. And then we have the actual operation. So create database item, for example, well, it creates a DB item object. So that's an actual ORM model. And then it uses the session to create this database item. And it also returns this as a result. So you can read it and do something with it. Updating a database item also has its own code for performing that operation. So first reading the database item, and I'm actually reusing another operation for that. So that's the one that's here. So this queries the database and then filters it on the item ID, returns the first one. If it's not found, it raises a not found error. Then updating the database item, use that to get the database item, it sets the attributes and then commits that in a session. And finally, what this update operation also does is that it runs the automations, which is another part of the system that I mentioned in the beginning. So just include this as a simple example. You may want to run automations in different places as well, but this allows you, for example, to execute some custom code whenever an item in the database is updated. And that can be helpful, for example, if you do a web shop, then if an item in the database is updated, and then we have the actual operation. So create a database item, for example, well, it creates a DB item object, so that's an actual ORM model, and then it uses the session to create this database item, and it also returns this as a result, so you can read it and do something with it. Updating a database item also has its own code for performing that operation. So I'm first reading the database item, and I'm actually reusing another operation for that. So that's the one that's here. So this queries the database and then filters it on the item ID, returns the first one. If it's not found, it raises a not found error. Then updating the database item, use that to get the database item, it sets the attributes, and then commits that in a session. And finally, what this update operation also does is that it runs the automations, which is another part of the system that I mentioned in the beginning. So I'll just include this as a simple example. You may want to run automations in different places as well, but this allows you, for example, to execute some custom code whenever an item in the database is updated. And that can be helpful. For example, if you build a web shop, then if an item in the database is updated, then maybe you want to run automatically some code that also updates the item's description on your website. Just a minor design remark, and that's more about where you place the boundaries. So what I've done here is that the input of these functions is a pydantic base model. It's an item create or an item update or simply an integer, right? Item ID. But it returns a database item in a way that doesn't make a lot of sense, because you would expect actually that this thing would then also return an item, right? It should return something of this base model, because then if you call the function, you don't deal with the database at all. It's completely hidden. So I haven't done that in this particular example because I'm reusing read database item and using that in other functions as well. But probably it would be even better if each of these functions returns actually an item, not a database item. And then I would simply create an internal function to read a database item that I can reuse in these endpoints. That would probably be better, because then in the routers, I also wouldn't need to do this conversion step here and knowing about how database items are being implemented. So in the current implementation, this is not ideal, but this is actually something that's really easy to fix. For example, let's take this function and make a copy of that. And then let's just keep this for internal use. And now this one we can change so that it returns an item. And what we then can simply do is take part of the read item code like this. And then let's change this so that it returns this. And then here, I'm simply going to use the read database item that passes the item ID and the session. So now I have this new function that already converts this to an item. And then in my router, I don't need to do this anymore. I can simply do this, like so. And now this is even simpler. And then of course you can change the other endpoints as well so that it works like this. So for example, creating a database item, I can also simply return the item, like so. And then in the router, I can simply do this. And you can do the same thing for the other operations as well. So you can imagine that sometimes it can be hard to determine what the exact boundaries are of what an operation should get as input and what it should return as a result, and how it interacts with the database and what routers should or shouldn't know. Because there might also be a disadvantage to actually returning items and not database items. For example, if you combine different operations in your router endpoint, then you may want to pass a database item between the operations for efficiency purposes. If you return an item, you can't do that. You then might need to do multiple database requests to get the information that you actually need. A third thing that you won't see in many examples online is that they don't really talk about deployment all that much. So whenever you start working on a new application, you may not even think about that yourself and then think, you know, I'll first build the thing and then I'll start thinking about how to actually deploy it. Actually, what I like to do is the other way around. I like to set up the, let's say, the scaffolding first before actually doing too much in the code. So typically what I would do if let's say I want to create a new backend API that I want to host in the cloud. So what I will do is that I won't build out the complete API locally, but I'll first start with, let's say, only the health check endpoints, just an empty GET request, and then set up the whole scaffolding, including the whole deployment, CI/CD pipeline, settings that you need in the cloud, everything to actually run this API and deploy it to the cloud whenever you push a new version to the main branch. And the reason why I do it that way, why I don't build out the complete API and then think about deployment, is that I want to make sure that all the pieces fit together. And in my experience, this part, setting up the scaffolding and deployment and everything, is often the most tricky to get right, because you will have to create things like Docker files with the various imports and dependencies, and there's many things that can go wrong. There's also many things that can go wrong with setting secrets up correctly so that you have access to the right credentials, enabling APIs in your cloud provider so that you can actually host your API in the way that you want to in the cloud. So there's lots of things that can go wrong, lots of things that you need to set up, and it can be very frustrating if you wait with that until the last minute, because it's possible that due to some dependency that you're using, that actually blocks being able to deploy it properly to the cloud. So I find it's important to set this up as soon as possible and basically deal with the potential problems as soon as possible, so that afterwards, once it's set up, then it's pretty easy to build out the API and add more features to it. For deployment, you can use different tools. One that I'd like to use is Pulumi. They're also the sponsor of this video. Pulumi is what's called an infrastructure as code tool. And that means you can define what your cloud infrastructure looks like and handle provisioning those resources by actually writing code using your favorite programming language. So you can use Python, for example, to define what your infrastructure looks like. And I find that really helpful. In this particular API, what I've done is I've created a Docker file. So that's what I see here. So it's built on Python 3.11. And actually the Docker file is pretty basic. So I simply install the dependencies, I copy the scripts to the folder, and then I simply start the server just like I would do on my local machine. But then I have a main file, which is a Python file that actually specifies how to create the resources in the cloud. And being able to do this in Python, I find this very helpful because it simplifies the workflow a lot, in my opinion. So there's a couple of helper functions like creating a registry where we're going to host the Docker image that we're going to build. Then we have a function for building an image. So this all relies on Pulumi's libraries. This uses Pulumi Docker, for example, so it creates an image. And I'm also passing some build arguments because I'm running this on a Mac which has Apple Silicon, so I need to make sure that it builds for Linux AMD 64 processors, otherwise it won't work. And then I'm hosting this application in the cloud using Google's Cloud Run service. So here I'm using the Pulumi package for Google Cloud. Then I have a function that sets the right access policy so that it's actually publicly available. And finally, I have a main file where I call these functions and deploy the actual application. So I create a registry, then I'm going to get the information about the registry, build an image, create the Cloud Run service, create the access policy, and then I export the important information like what is the URL of the Cloud Run service, for example, or what was the image name that was generated, so I can find it back easily. And then what's really nice with Pulumi is that it's really easy to then deploy your application to the cloud. So you simply write Pulumi up, and then it will set up all of these things in the cloud for you. What's nice about an infrastructure as code solution is that you can do things with it that aren't possible if you define your infrastructure statically. And this is actually how I built the automations part of this example. So here you see what the code looks like when I want to run an actual automation, run code in the cloud. And what I'm doing is that on the fly, whenever I want to run a piece of code, I create a sandbox environment, a serverless function in the cloud that actually runs that code. And then right after that, I immediately destroy the function again. So this allows me to run code in a isolated environment and then destroy that environment immediately, so it doesn't affect other parts of my backend. If you were to run automation code directly in your backend, it might be dangerous because if that code breaks your backend server, then, well, you have a problem. So if you do it in an isolated environment, that's much better. And that's actually what I'm doing here.
I'm about to go and take a little nap. I'll be back at like 12 ideally. I'm not like tired. No, I'm lying. I'm tired. But it's like, I'm asleep just because. You know what I mean? But 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. You think I could do 3 hours, 4 hour nap and come back? 11? 11 is not crazy, but I haven't slept all day, so we'll see. Environment variables and secret management, highest yield. Debugging AI generated code. Reading error stacks in case of micro. Oh. So it's about, yeah, I'm gonna go lay down for a little bit. All right, stream. I'll be back later.